Hi.
We can hear you and see you. Hi, Lynn.
I got promoted to a panelist.
Yay, you, Lynn. Well done. But the question today is not who's going to get demoted, who's going to get furloughed, and who's going to get fired as budget week in Denver continues. Pew, pew, pew. RTD services, basically everybody. It's also something that our most vulnerable citizens rely on to get around Denver.
I'm not certain.
And we're about to make some major cuts. And if you want to see someone who's actually treated worse than Candy Sederbacher, her name is Shontel Lewis. These racist motherfuckers say the worst shit to her and they shut her down at every turn. And the only way they're going to stop is if we show up and tell them to shut up. So let's get started in 2 minutes. I'm going to be live streaming for the next 3 days. Budget week is a big week. Do our budget priorities match our stated priorities? No, they don't, Democrats. It's a problem. So let's solve that problem with community engagement. Time to get involved. They have no idea this is happening right now. It's my first time getting at the RTD, but I heard about these cuts and I lost my shit. Hopefully you will lose yours as well. How are the unhoused supposed to get to brand new jobs? They're not being created downtown. There's $3.5 million in operations that are supposed to be coming out of the 2021 budget for the convention center. I don't think they're going to be hiring the people that they're paying $500,000 a pop to sweep off of the street corners up in 5 Points. And I certainly don't think those people, or anyone else for that matter, like you, will be able to afford the homes that are being zoned for development up right now in 5 Points where the sweeps have been taking place. So if this ain't for me, who is it for? And then what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And they ain't going to stop unless we pay attention. I'm begging you to do that. I know, it's so cute, right? Homeless people are so cute. Pinch their cheeks. Hi. Welcome, Amplify the Voice. We got to amplify this meeting in a really big way. This is the budget. This is the first round of furloughs and cuts you're going to be hearing about going into 2021 before the budget has been approved and finalized. You're going to see why the DPD contract is so egregious. They're cutting the grass less, but they're sweeping more. And this is where the money's coming from. RTD.
Because you're so holy. Right. Yeah.
Because what the budget priorities say about Denver is that we are racist and ableist. Is that what your tax dollars need to be going to? It's not what I want mine going to.
Roger, I'm trying to open on my computer as well. It's saying that the meeting has more than 100 participants. Is that something everybody's getting, or is it just?
Well, you're on.
I'm on, but I wanted to log on as well with my desktop so I could see full screen. So
we shouldn't have a.
Well, I see 120.
Yeah. So no limit, huh?
No.
So Roger, we're not live yet, are we?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you haven't called the meeting to order. You're live.
You're so fucking live right now.
5:30, so I'm going to go ahead and call. All right, everybody?
Okay. That sounds great.
Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. I would like to now call the study session for Tuesday, September 15, 2020.
Everybody study.
Order, and we are convened as of 5:30
what's about to happen.
p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. I would respectfully ask everyone in the meeting to ensure that your phones are muted and that your ringers are set to silent.
Is this loud enough? Can y'all hear me?
As is our custom, I'll begin the meeting with
this bitch never goes on silent.
Please remember to frequently and thoroughly wash your hands, monitor your health and the health of those close to you.
What?
And be particularly alert to those 3 most prevalent symptoms of COVID-19.
Is it March?
Fever,
wash your hands?
shortness of breath.
We are past that, y'all. Wash your hands. We are in full-blown crisis mode.
Poorly ventilated indoor public areas, especially when large number of people are present.
And why are they poorly ventilated? It's because we spend money on the police.
Inside or outdoors.
Why are they poorly ventilated? These city buildings.
So
Thank
let me
you.
begin
You rock,
this
Laura.
evening by saying, first of all, to the public, thank you and welcome to the study session. We are not going to be making any decisions this evening.
No.
This evening, we are being
Decisions
briefed,
are made for
and we
you
will be
by
having
Mayor
a
Hancock and
discussion
DPD.
about the briefing regarding our financial.
You know, a black man
reality.
died at the hands of
I know
RTD,
that
right?
This has been a time of
That
total
happens.
angst for so many people.
Care
I
about
know
Black
that
lives,
you've
you need to
heard
give a shit
things,
about this
you've
meeting
seen
right
things,
now.
and you're
Share
wondering
this,
what's
get your
going on.
friends, get
I
involved,
just want to say
get
to you
on it.
behalf of the RTD Board of Directors, how much we care about.
They're going
our
to
staff,
cut services and
our families.
increase
We
security.
are all in this together. And
We are
doing our
not all
due
in this
diligence
together, and
to-
we are not
to
in
make
it
sure that
equally. We don't have a voice, and neither do you, you fraud.
Pardon?
Angie,
You fraud.
Yes,
we do have a couple board. Angie,
I-
we do have a couple board members still trying to get in,
oh,
Oh,
so we may be having
oh.
a little technical challenge. So hold on.
okay, thank you. I was on a roll, Roger.
I know.
And, okay. Do I have to read the whole thing again?
No, she's calling in.
All right, while they work that out, I want to get our new viewers welcome up to speed. The reason this matters so much, DPD is refusing to back down or take furloughs
Okay,
or
everybody,
cuts.
hold on. We have a couple of technical glitches going on. We have some board members calling in. So please bear with us.
Oh my God.
Apologize for the inconvenience.
Any inconvenience. All right, so we are 5-6 months now into a global pandemic, and you're still telling us to watch our hands, and you have not yet figured out Zoom? That is how unengaged we are, people. They know we don't care. They are playing with us. They were not prepared. Exactly. Fuck the RTD security. We don't need security. We need services. And that's what's going to happen tonight. They're going to justify the cuts without talking about the police and increase the security, which is where the additional police hours are going to be coming from. This line item in the budget. We are cutting services for people who need them most, making it impossible to get back on their feet while over-policing them to the point of no return.
Angie, we do seem to have a technical problem. I hate to say
Yeah,
this.
your technical problem's called your protest, mom, you dummy.
Incorrectly.
Okay, what do you need me to do, Roger?
Just give me a minute to see if I can rectify this.
Okay, everybody, if we could just put you on hold for a couple more minutes. We are having some technical issues, and we will get back to the meeting as soon as possible. Again, I apologize for the inconvenience.
That's all right. We've been waiting. How long has it been since Elijah McClain was murdered? How long has it been since Rivero Stinnett was murdered in your hands?
Music?
We're used to waiting,
Do you
y'all.
want me to sing?
Would you like?
No.
I can make
Yeah,
some
I
music
don't
for
think you want
y'all.
to, but I think Kate has a bells on her phone that she played.
I got bells on my titties too.
Little God music.
I bet she does as well.
Okay.
It ain't just me. I mean, you've got to get through these meetings, you guys. You've got to. You know what? I would do that, though. I would put bells on my titties to get you guys to show up and care and yell. This is where the protesting needs to happen, at our elected officials. The stuff at night is good. It is useful. But it is useless without these people being yelled at, too, knowing exactly what we want.
Sorry, hang on.
Oh, the RTD meeting where they're siphoning funds away from RTD to pay for the police budget. Oh, I haven't forgotten. I didn't know they were done.
All right, Angie, here's the situation. There is a cap on this allowable attendees, and that we've reached that.
But I can get more.
Is
Tell
the
them to
problem.
tune in to
You
Coach
can-
MK Fleming on Twitter.
I can possibly patch in the telephone town hall number, and people can call in and listen there.
Okay.
If you'd like me to do that.
Yes, there actually is a number that folks can call in and listen in, correct, Roger?
Right, but that's we've reached, because we had so many, apparently we've reached that maximum.
All right. So, what would your suggestion be, sir?
All right. While they figure this out, I got to
I
go
am going
downstairs and
to
check on one of my
launch
kids.
that
I'll be
number.
back.
If we can repeat that number
Stay right
a
here.
couple times and maybe ask some people to call in that are currently on this number, that would be great.
All right.
That would allow the other board members to get in.
Ladies and gentlemen, I so apologize for the inconvenience. We're having some technical difficulties. Obviously, this is a topic of great interest to a great many people. What I'd like to respectfully ask
Wonder how that
is if
happened.
a couple of you would not mind
Wonder how that
getting off
happened.
of Zoom and calling into the public line. Let me give you that number. I would so appreciate it. 'Cause we're
Guys,
not
seriously,
able to
this is what we want to have
move on
happen. We
until
want to
get all the board members on,
bombard
and
their
we are
meetings
capped,
week by
so
week.
we need a
They
couple
need to
of
know that we're
folks
paying
to
attention. This is a
call
good
in
thing.
instead.
Breaking the windows is one
That
thing.
number
Disrupting.
is
This is what disruption looks like in a time of COVID. I promise. Tell everyone to try to log on the Zoom till it crashes. If they can't get in, come find me and see this here. This is what democracy looks like right now. Now, while they work their shit out, I got to go hug my kid. I'll be right back.
Hold on, that's not the number we want them to call in.
Watch the incompetence
Bring
you're
them right
paying
back
for.
to the Zoom meeting. That's
Oh, okay. What is the number we
Here
need
we
to
go.
call?
They want to call into 855-962-8493.
Is
Oh,
there
I'm sorry. No, say that. Let me start that again. 855-962-1128. 1128.
is there an ID?
There is not.
Okay.
And
All right.
we will launch that here in 1 minute. So just have everyone please call in.
All right. So if folks wouldn't mind calling in, that number is 855-962-1128. You can see Director Tisdale's number right there. Again, 855-962-1128. I'm showing 116, 116, 17. We're going to need a few more people to call in, please. Again, that number, 855-962-1128.
the RTD staff. If you're not presenting tonight, could you get out of this meeting and call in?
Yes, please. Okay, Roger, I think we should be okay now. We're down to 115.
If staff can continue just to call into that number, we'll be with them in just a moment.
Okay, we'll be launching that line live within the moment. Again, that number is 855-962-1128.
Okay.
Welcome to the Access Live event
We're
conference center.
doing it right now.
Thank you.
Please hold while we connect you to your Access Live event. You are now being connected to the Access Live event as a host. Please note that this call may be monitored, recorded, or rebroadcast.
Okay, let's repeat that number one more time for people to call in.
All right, thank you. That number again is 855-962-1128.
And if we can just give it 1 minute to let everyone call over there, then we can restart.
Yes.
And we do have Director Lewis on,
Okay.
so that's good.
I'm going to do a roll call just to make sure all board members are on. Director Brew,
Present.
Director Bustick,
Here.
Atlin, here, Cook,
Here.
Bolska,
Present.
thank you, Geisinger,
Here.
Lewis,
Present.
Lubau,
This meeting ID is not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID, followed by pound.
Director Lau? I'll come back to you. Director Menton, I believe you're on the line. Is that correct?
Yes, can you confirm you hear me, please?
I can hear you. Director Mahalik? Director Tisdale?
Present.
Director Walker?
Here.
Director Whitmore?
Present.
Director Williams?
Good evening, I'm here.
Thank you. I'm here too. I'm going back. Director Lubau, are you on the line?
Throughout the meeting.
All right.
Arthur, I'm hearing a lot of feedback with you.
Yep, we're getting it.
Okay. Director Mahalik, are you on the line, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Did you not hear me earlier?
Yeah, okay, I hear you now, but I didn't hear you earlier.
Okay.
Director Lubau? Roger, did you hear from Director Lubau?
Director Lubo was on earlier. We were speaking with her, but she's not responding now, although she shows she is not.
She shows, I'm sorry, that she's not on mute.
We see her as part of the meeting, Chair.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. We're just waiting for Roger to confirm that we're ready to go.
Chair, I have people telling me
All right.
they are in.
Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so we are set. If people can just, if you would remind folks a couple times
Yes.
that during the meeting that they can call into the toll-free number, that would still open up some space for people.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Roger. Then I'm good to go. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Everybody, thank you so very much for being patient with us. We were having a little technical difficulties. I would ask again if you would call in at 855-962-1128 so that the Zoom link will stay active. Thank you so very much. Let me go back and start again. This evening, we are not making any decisions. This evening is a study session and a briefing from our staff to talk to us about our financial reality. I know that all of you have probably heard a lot of rumors and a lot of things that are happening. I want to assure you that the RTD Board of Directors has been working quite diligently on this issue, trying to make sure that we are really dotting our I's and crossing our T's. But most of all, we really are very conscious of the fact that we are dealing with families here and livelihoods, and we're dealing with a pretty serious deficit. So this evening, we're going to have a pretty robust discussion. We're really grateful that you are on the line. We hope that this might clear up any misunderstandings that you might have about what's happening. And really, we are here to listen and to learn and then to really dive in and do our job. So with that, I would like to hear a follow-up presentation from our CFO, Ms. Heather McKillop, RTD's Chief Financial Officer, and our Assistant General Manager of Finance and Administration, and Mr. Bruce Abel. Our Director of Special Projects, they will be continuing to discuss the findings and the recommendations of the internal task force charged with identifying potential cost savings and efficiency measures necessitated by the revenue shortfalls resulting from the COVID-19 impacts. For those directors who may have signed in to the meeting via web browser, please note that if you click the hand raise icon, I'll call on you once I've cycled through. But what I really would like to do is listen to the presentation. And as I've done in other special board meetings, I'll call on each of you so that you can all have a chance to ask questions. So I would just ask that you write them down and I will get to you as soon as possible. Ms. McKillop, you have the floor.
Someone catch me up to speed. Have they figured it out yet? Oh my God. Hi, Jesse Schmitz. To go play with my kid for a minute while they sorted out technical difficulties. Glad I'm not late though. We will keep killing black people till the budget balances. It's the theme of the Denver budget, Mayor Hancock's proposed budget for 2021. You need to get involved. This is what we have to protest. Putting our money where our mouth is. We are taking money away from critical services like the RTD. Massive furloughs, massive cuts are about to be announced tonight. Yeah, this was supposed to start 30 minutes ago.
Item I wanted to update the board on was the CARES Act funding.
Exactly. They're all just logging in. We are 6 months into a pandemic and they've just figured out Zoom. This is the first time an RTD meeting has maxed out their Zoom capacity. They're still in the free version that only takes 100 participants, including the panelists. They're taking money away from critical services that help the disabled navigate this town so that the DPD can get raises next year. And the cut in personnel will mean an increase in security. Any first-year accounting student, whether or not the accounting you took was with the public sector or in a legitimate business school, it's the same thing. Stealing from X to give to Y. And they've been stealing from us to pay their buddies in the DPD. And it needs to stop. We got to protest this budget. We've got to change the city charter. Because they will keep killing black people until the budget balances. That is the plan.
We started the 2020 budget, adopted budget, using the September lead forecast. The budget, September 19 lead forecast. The budget was for sales and use tax at the beginning of the year was $664.7 million. We received the March forecast, which we normally get. That forecast in March, though, was delayed by several months due to the COVID because we were just entering into that situation at the time. Based on that, we did ask them to delay the forecast until May. At that forecast, the board did choose to go with the low forecast for 2020, which was $500.9 million. That's what was used for the amended 2020 budget. We then did, per our request, provide monthly forecasts in both June and July. The June forecast included April actuals. At that time, we decided we did not have enough information in actuals to use that forecast. So they provided then a July forecast, which included May actuals. We did use that forecast for our 2021 to 2026 midterm financial plan. And that's what's being reflected in the conversation tonight is that forecast. These will be providing their regular September forecast to us. And this week I have a meeting with them. I'm not sure if I'll get the forecast this week or next, but it will be coming shortly. And we do plan on using that forecast for the 2021 budget as we would normally do. The last thing, I did want to touch on that we have actually received, we do have July actuals, which have been included in will be included in your packet for the meeting next week. We are seeing numbers come in slightly higher than what we were anticipating for June and July. Currently, we are about $45 million above that $500 million forecast that we used for the amended budget. We will get a new forecast in September, and we will be updating the board at our October 13th meeting with that, asking the board which forecast they would like to use to move forward for the 2021 plan. So with that, I'm sorry, I have one last thing. Good thing Bruce is here to remind me.
Great, Bruce.
I did want to talk about our bond ratings. So we did receive ratings from Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's. Fitch, we have met with recently. So we spent a couple hours on the phone with them.
Police brutality does not impact their bond ratings, FYI.
How we were dealing with COVID.
The number of people who have died in police custody,
maintain our current rating,
securing, has nothing to do with their bond rating.
Which is what we thought was pretty darn good, because we were hoping that we did not get a downgrade. A couple things to note, though, that they did have concerns about our diminished liquidity position. As we mentioned to them, we plan on using some of our reserves in the short term. However, they felt that we did have pretty strong liquidity at the current time.
So they took your cash the same way that a private equity firm would do. Said, issue more debt. You can get cash from the public markets.
So that's what's keeping us in pretty good shape there. They did make a note, though,
you know who gets paid?
I'll quote what they said.
Who underwrites the bonds?
Liquidity position is expected in the short term. Failure to adjust spending and rebuild financial margins in a timely manner after the pandemic will lead to a negative rating action. That's pretty explicit. We have never received that kind of explicit language. So I think what that tells us is we need to try really hard.
Then I'm going to have to deliver some more explicit language. We got to try harder, you guys. We're going to have to use explicit language to let them know
at the beginning of the COVID
how bad this is.
Put everybody on a negative outlook. So any transit agency that issued debt went on a negative outlook. And Moody's, our understanding is they will be meeting to discuss our ratings. We offered to do a presentation. They declined. They will be meeting to discuss our ratings in the next few days. So that is an update on where we are with our rating process. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bruce Abel to start the presentation.
Thanks, Heather. And when I'm done with my part, I will turn this back over to Heather for the completion of the presentation. So I'll ask Susan if we could just please go to slide packet page 3. Not that anyone needs to be reminded of what it is that our mission is, but everything that we're going to be talking about is within the context of our core mission, which I like to just talk about is moving people. That's what we exist to do. We move people by providing bus, rail, and paratransit service.
And who takes bus, rail, and other transit services?
Susan, please go to page 5.
We're not cutting commuters, we're cutting poor people. The services that impact the impoverished and the physically disabled.
Quick background. What's our challenge in the nutshell? Starting off to address $166 million shortfall for calendar 21, which is also our fiscal year. To put this in the context, that would be 25% of our normal operations and maintenance budget, or O&M budget. And I just want to share with people
O&M, operations and management. We're going to come back to that.
Actual sales tax receipts, we get forecasts.
That's okay, man. That's okay. We're going to be streaming all week long, Jordan. This is a big week. This is where we get the inspiration for our protests right here. Because we're going to be increasing security after decreasing personnel. So by taking money from RTD, they're going to be entrusting more to the DPD. This is where we find out about the liquidity that's being withheld and the services that are being shut down to keep the bond rating high.
Sales tax projections for 2021.
I don't know if y'all caught that this morning, but the city issuing more bonds is a big deal. The RTD has bonds, and that's a big deal.
2021 was estimated to be approximately $711 million.
Because they lied to us about what those bonds were supposed to fund. And now they're beholden to the shareholders and not the stakeholders.
forecast that 2021 would reduce to $571
That is right.
million, which is a decrease of about $140 million, or about 100.
I will try to be less loud.
Source of revenue.
I'm sorry. Evidently, I'm scaring my
Farebox
children.
revenue pre-COVID was about.
We need to be scaring
$140
everybody, not my
million.
children, you guys.
Subsequent to COVID, ridership went down dramatically, down about 60%. We're currently operating about 40% of pre-COVID levels, remains there today. Farebox revenues has also declined markedly. And again, we're projecting now 50-ish% to 60% of revenue, farebox revenue, as compared to prior revenues. In June of 2020, the GM appointed an internal COVID fiscal response task force.
And were any leftists on it? Where were we, you guys? Why were we not in that task force? Why were we not yelling outside the task force? Why have we not been demanding for months? Don't you dare cut this. Not here. Instead, we yell at the DPD. I get it. I hate the DPD too. But we are not taking their power away. We are pushing the wrong levers.
Evaluate staffing levels to support a much reduced level of service in the foreseeable future, and to present recommended approaches to address those shortfalls.
I'm just saying, I can't go out at night because I got 4 kids under 8 and they're twins. But if I was going to bust some windows right now,
if we could go to
wouldn't be on the 16th Street Mall.
So at the same time that we were,
it would be the people who are engaging with Standard & Poor's at the RTD. Standard & Poor's are the bond rating agencies. When I say they care about the stakeholders, the shareholders, not the stakeholders, that's what I'm talking about.
Referencing back to the board's priorities as to how
we got to put so much pressure on these people that they then turn around to the mayor and say, I cannot do what you're asking me to do. Can you see the public pressure I'm under? Every single person near the top. We can't get to him. We can get to everybody else. He might be protected. None of the others are.
It's package page 11.
Especially the people he appoints. Those are the windows we break.
And yours. I apologize.
Not that I'm trying to give you ideas.
Currently, our ridership is at 40% of the pre-COVID levels. Currently, our
but think about this.
Service at 60% of the pre-COVID level.
The people right now, the racists who have been coming after me for months now, are trying to get me to stay quiet by threatening my children. They're saying we're going to show them who mommy really is. We're going to scare your kids because they can't get to me and they can't scare me and they know it. But they think what effective thing would be to get to my children. Now, I'm not saying we get in handcuffs children. I'm saying we get to his buddies and then get his buddies who say, I cannot do your bidding anymore. I can't live my life.
And how are other agencies responding?
Not because we're scaring them, but because we're seeing them and calling them out. So, tell you this, if I was going to break a window, it would be the window in the office of a political appointee that was a buddy of Mayor Hancock doing this work, signing those papers and pushing them across the desk.
So we were approximately at 60%. We are very much in keeping with the majority of the agencies.
Between now and then, when you see an opening for a committee, you jump on it. You apply for it. You sign up for it. Like the Citizen Oversight Board, they're taking applications till the 18th. Get in there, be part of the decision-making process. That's where you make the noise. We have gotten complacent. We've stopped doing our civic duty. This is engagement, you guys. This right here. They wouldn't be at the finish line with this if we had paid attention here sooner.
We had a number of conversations regarding how the board would direct us to approach the budget shortfalls, the projected shortfalls.
This is something someone who flunked out of business school would do if they got their hands on a budget. We're going to reduce, we're going to reduce the administration costs. And then they get excited because they just watch Wall Street and want to jerk off. And I'm telling you, that is not the way anything works everywhere. When you cut administrative costs, a healthy company, rule of thumb, anything over 30% needs to be looked at. Less than 30% of the total budget in administrative is normal. It means that you're spending enough money to hire good people, paying them enough money that they give us about their job, and retaining talent because you're investing in the stability of their lifestyle, making public service more appealing than the private sector where they can make a whole lot more.
2005 through 2011.
It means you're investing in your employees. You're paying for them to go to university. You're paying for courses, employee development courses. You're paying for them to have a 401k. All of that is in the administrative cost. When you reduce it, you're reducing what you give an employees and you're taking a job and making it shitty. So that what? We can pay the DPD more money to protect us. Because who takes public transportation? Poor people. I promise you, that's not me judging. That is what they think. It's not like we're hating people who can afford cars.
Not to utilize future contributions from the credit risk premium, which we anticipate getting back. Project savings, such as savings from Southeast Rail Extension, anticipated savings from the North Line. Again, these savings would be okay to use to offset shortfalls in the Fast Tracks account. And the board was very clear with us that we should not utilize the existing FISA balances, which have come to be known as the corpus of the FISA. There was some conversation about possibly allowing the use of the corpus for State Highway 119, but you will see that we have not done this in any of the forecasts that are included in today's
Congratulations on not breaking the law.
The board was also clear they did not want to reduce service levels below that which we are currently offering. And so again, from a budget forecasting perspective, we are anticipating the continuation of service at our current levels. Next page, please, Susan.
Thank you, Vinny, for tuning in and paying attention. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it.
I'd like to go through and discuss some of the proposals from the task force. And they could fall into, I would call them several different buckets. And the first bucket,
Let's talk about the buckets.
Call the rather routine cost saving strategies that any organization in our fiscal straits would be looking at. The elimination of business travel in 2021. There would be no temporary employees budgeted in 2021, except for minimal budgets to respond to emergencies. That we would eliminate the reimbursement of professional
because
dues,
Wall Street aren't the decision makers.
Have some job required.
They're paying the puppets. So we got to get the puppets in a bind enough that they don't want to be puppets anymore.
Lawyers could continue to practice in the state of Colorado. Eliminate the reimbursement.
There is nothing you can do to stop people with money from trying to buy what they want, and that's politicians and policy. So instead, we got to convince those everyday people to start fighting back against the puppet masters. And we can do that by showing them that we ain't going to take this shit anymore. And we are not going to take budget cuts, cutting business travel that's necessary to do my job, and requiring me to buy my own gas to go check out a line, and if it's safety levels on the other side of the county, while reducing my health care benefits so that if something happens to me, my family's screwed, while cutting contributions to my 401k to lower the budget, the line item administrative costs. I'm not going to do this work for free, is what we need to be saying to the bosses, who then turn to the masters. That's how you dismantle the house. It happens by saying no.
And these have not been eliminated.
See, everything I said previously, it's right here. Elimination of professional development funds. Suspend the leadership academy that helps them do better at their jobs. We are not going to invest in our employees anymore so we can invest in the DPD and security. That's what this says. This is why we have no middle class.
It's pretty easy for us to say that we can defer bus replacements, for example, because a good portion of
the Citizens Oversight Board is one of the most important things you could possibly do this year. You'll be working with Dr. April Alexander. I'm sorry, I'll get that right someday. Dr. April Alexander, who I really admire, who's a statistician and PhD, who's going to be working to make sure that the policies that are being implemented from a safety perspective are not, in fact, as racist as they are right now. We can all be a little less racist by showing up and doing something. The Oversight Committee is going to provide oversight to the group that will be formulating practices at the DPD. It's not a huge lever of power, but you'll want a seat at that table until another while we push for another table to be built. It took a lot to get this. We need to fill that fucking table just like we did this Zoom call. That's why it started 20 minutes late, you guys. It's because we maxed it to capacity. No one ever watches this. They only have a Zoom subscription big enough for 100 people. This is the first night. You heard them say it in the beginning. This has never happened before.
reach capacity.
And we showed up before the employees who
They
were paid to
recall
do
that
this
we're
call
reaching
did.
30% of capacity, of usual capacity.
And you
so
know how they're
those
filtering
groups
people
tend
out
to
on this
have
form, by the way?
riders,
Resumes. If you need help writing a resume, if you have not updated yours in a long time, reach out to me. I went to a fancy Ivy League school. My husband did too. There are 4 Ivy League diplomas between us at the graduate level only. We write good resumes. We talk real pretty. Sometimes we don't curse. I will help you write your resume. They have resume and cover letters because what they're trying to do is take away that extra step. They don't want it to be too easy. They want people who are professional. That's coded language for white people who they think they can persuade, that they think trust the police. They want to keep everybody else out. Do not look at that application and think, I don't have this. Yes, you do. I'll give it to you.
And we'll continue to evaluate the mix of service provision.
That's my husband. Any delicious?
RTD
Oh, look at you. You are,
those services that are provided by
you are
our
delicious.
contract.
I think I accidentally flashed the meeting.
That's okay. You
So
should in that
addition,
time.
Now I would get to the non-routine bucket of
It feels weird having one nice
proposal.
6 months.
I know you're wearing a
Obviously,
bell.
there would be no pay increases for salaried
Never wore this
employees
good.
as we attempt to address the dramatically reduced budget.
Look, I told you, they're reducing the 401k, they're reducing the matching contribution, they're reducing everything. Yeah, I will do it.
The initial
I don't judge. I will help all of you. I will help all of you with anything to get you active and involved.
$60,000 to $120,000.
Take a look at this, everyone, if you're watching right now. Take a screenshot. And then when we get the DPD contract and what they're proposing, we are taking bigger cuts here so they don't have to take any.
With 12 furlough days, which was roughly equivalent to a 5%
reducing
adjustment.
Ugh.
And over 180.
And I get it. If you're watching this and you're like, well, I don't have a 401k, I don't have a pension. They get shitty salaries, you guys, and that's the trade-off. They get crappy salaries in exchange for really great benefits that most employers don't give anymore. And once they're cut, they never come back.
Staff, especially senior staff, away from the office this much.
That's how they lure people to these jobs.
Who would like to have greater access to senior
they're terrible
staff.
jobs.
So tonight we are proposing a change to the initial proposal. It is roughly the equivalent, but it is structured differently.
At the end of the year, if you haven't taken any sick days, they'll buy them back from you. Most decent companies do that. They're eliminating that.
$60,000 to $120,000 would still be 6 furlough days.
They're doing that so we can spend $4 million a year guarding the fence around the pig pen and the investment we made in seeding the grass.
And a 2.5% salary adjustment. That would still be equivalent to a 5% salary adjustment.
When they cut it this far, who can afford to take them, these jobs? Rich people who are married to rich people, rich housewives, what I was supposed to be.
Approximately 7.5%.
The person who does this to make her husband look good while he runs for office, so she can look involved. Junior League, DAR, volunteers with the RTD, fundraisers for the Children's Hospital. That's who's going to be taking these jobs. We're killing the middle class. The only people who can afford to take them are rich families. We are taking away everything that makes this country great, that has been a constant source of employment and stability since the Great Depression. We're cutting it right now and giving it to the police. Hey man, you can ask me any question you want. That's why I do this. Ask me question, engage. That's what engaging is. Questions mean you're listening. I am here for that. I am never going to yell at you. Not once. Even when I'm this worked up, it's at them. It is never at you, Jordan R. Hall. Never. Or you, Jesse, or you, Vinny, or you, Laura. None of you.
Furloughs in effect for the remainder of 2020.
I called it at the beginning, said this is what those motherfuckers are going to do, and they're doing it.
This is a change from the initial proposal and a change based on comments that we have received from the board, both in our 2 and 2s.
Who's on the board?
We have proposed that there be no increases in the contribution to the salary defined benefit pension program. The board may recall that the defined benefit
These pensions are not huge.
Was closed to new employees about 10 years ago. That means there's no new money flowing into it, so that is funded via a lump sum payment. The lump sum payments have never been equal to the dollar amount recommended by the actuarial, but over the past several years, we have attempted to increase the amount to at least get closer to the actuarial determined appropriate payment. Due to financial shortfall, we are suggesting that there be no increases from last year to the DB pension plan. We are recommending a temporary reduction in the contribution for the salary defined contribution, or the DC plan, from 9% to 7%. Current plan documents indicate that the DC plan would have contributions in the
Mama
range of
Bear, if you're
7 to
watching,
9%.
I just got notice of a sweep.
This is an
I'm
adjustment
sending
that
this
can
to you.
be made
Damn
in the
it.
short term, without changes to the plan document, and without needing to.
Those sweeps, by the way, one
any
sweep
changes that would be made would
is
be done in
actually
consultation with folks,
math,
that know
3
this
sweeps,
industry far
and we'd
better
have
than
money
anyone
back
on the
for
task
all of
force or
this.
on staff tomorrow.
3
So this is something
sweeps.
that we can do to
And we
address
could
the
bet we could keep
2021
all this as
shortfall.
is. But no, we're paying to sweep homeless people into our backyards.
We have about 299 people who are trying to get on
299.
to listen to this presentation. So if I might just once again repeat the phone number that you can call to listen.
Sorry, I'll come
It
down.
is
I mean, valid is so Joy's phone number.
Okay, I'll be right there.
1128.
Sorry, everybody earned special mommy time by being really good. I'm gonna go do that and come back. 299 people trying to get on this call. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you hear that, Vinny? 299.
The last
Yes.
bullet
Yep.
point that I referenced
There's another one scheduled for the
was proposal,
22nd. I just got word from the unhoused about it. I'm gonna have to go help some people tonight. I wanted to go to bed.
The salary defined
All right.
contribution.
I got to go downstairs. I predict so what's going to happen next is they're going to talk about the benefits related reductions. This is what we're going to do to the employees. This is what we're going to do to services, how this is going to impact the people, and that this is really fiscally responsible because it's what a company would do. No, it's shitty because it's exactly what a company would do. It's exactly what a company would do. Therefore, it sucks and we got to push back. 299 people trying to get on the call. Way to go.
Due to the cash flow ramifications. Obviously, if people separate from the organization, they will be paid out their vacation and appropriate sick and or PTO. But we are talking about eliminating the ability to buy back unused next year. The elimination of overtime and extra shift pay, except as
so a manager can then make an hourly employee work less, or rather than paying the hourly laborers at the bottom, they're going to push it all on the salaried people who are only one step above them, making $45,000 a year. Those kind of guys are going to go from working 50 hours a week with not great pay but decent benefits to no benefits and picking up the slack for all the wage workers that they can't deploy due to this. That's what happens. They squeeze the poor people harder. The answer is no.
And adjustments to staffing.
So that's going to happen. I bet by the time I come back, I hope y'all are lighting up those lines on fire, raising the hand in the Zoom with comments. But come back to me. I'll be back in a few.
Reduction, or at a 60% of pre-COVID service level.
Racist, ableist, nonsense.
What we're about to discuss represents the elimination of some positions, consolidation of other positions, and we are proposing an elimination of the number of positions by about 25 to 30%. Now, I use the term positions. In terms of headcount, actual people who are currently on staff, this would be a reduction of about 18 to 19%. The rest of the reductions represent eliminations of vacant positions, which do provide budget savings because they are budgeted positions. So again, these reductions include both vacant and filled positions for both represented and salaried staff. It represents both full-time and part-time positions. We're currently anticipating approximately 550 filled positions, and this is reduced from our last conversation when we anticipated 635 filled part and full-time positions, and again, both represented and salaried staff. And I want to acknowledge that this number has changed. I want to acknowledge that these figures will continue to change as we continue to conduct a more detailed analysis. For example, as I mentioned earlier, we are continuing to conduct an analysis between internally provided services and contracted services to examine the distribution of layoffs between RTD employees and non-RTD employees from our contractors. So I want to be very explicit and say this clearly. We are working very hard to continue to reduce these numbers, which is why these numbers have changed over the past several days. We take this very seriously because we know that these conversations are having an impact on people's lives. So we are trying to be very deliberate. I know that there are folks out there who like to chide us because our numbers change, but I hope that they realize that we are doing our best to minimize the impact of these changes on people. So we will continue to change these numbers as we continue to try to minimize the negative impact on the people who are delivering our service on the front lines and providing support for the delivery of those services on the salaried staff. But we also do need to address our financial challenges. So I would point out that the majority of the reduction in the number of positions that you see today and we're discussing today represents a renewed analysis that we have added back a number of bus driver positions. We want to make sure that we provide greater flexibility as we proceed through this time of real uncertainty. I also want to address very clearly that we recognize that this has an impact on people's lives. When we look at separations of represented employees, obviously any layoffs will be done in keeping with the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement. It is very clear in describing how any layoffs would be performed. In our budgets, we have included money to provide severance pay and health insurance for those that are displaced for a couple of months. We anticipate providing placement service assistance to help folks apply for and hopefully secure alternative employment, providing assistance with resume writing, etc., providing assistance to EAP, and obviously callback provisions, because we all hope that we are going to be returning to some semblance of normalcy sooner as opposed to later. Callback provisions for represented employees are also clearly laid out in the collective bargaining agreement. So again, we understand that the impacts that these actions have on people's lives, and we are attempting to be sensitive to that. We also need to be sensitive to the fiscal sustainability of the organization, and we are going to continue to try to minimize the numbers of people impacted. So with that, I want to turn it over to Heather. But before I do that, I think I just want to wrap up by saying I think it's very important that we remain flexible because we need to respond to reality as it unfolds. All of the strategies that we're talking about are based on the latest forecasts. We continue to receive information on actual sales tax collections. We will get another forecast from Leeds at the end of September, as Heather has already alluded to. June and July came in stronger than expected. And there are dueling theories in the newspaper about whether August is going to come in stronger, as June and July have, or if it's going to come in weaker because of the loss of the $600 per week stipend that ended at the end of July. So we're just going to have to wait and see what reality is. We need to be able to be flexible because it's very difficult for anyone to forecast in the current environment because we've never experienced anything like this before. We also need to be flexible and continue to see how ridership on transit does or does not respond. We have continued to operate at about 40% of ridership. That continues as of the last report that I saw that came out at the end of last week, about 40% of pre-COVID ridership levels. This has had an impact and weakened our fare box revenues. as was introduced later in this presentation. So that contributes to a deeper shortfall, but hopefully we will see sales tax growth offsetting some of that deeper shortfall. So with that, I'll turn it over to Heather to discuss the more financially oriented pieces of our approach.
Before Ms. McKillop takes over, let me once again ask for those who are on the line with 299 numbers to please call in instead of being on Zoom. That number is 855-962-1128. Again, that is 855-962-1128. Thank you. The floor is yours, Ms. McKillop.
Thank you so much. This is Heather McKillop, CFO. I'm going to run through, starting on package page 18. So, Susan, if you could go to the next. So this is how we're trying to solve for the shortfall. Bruce has walked you through the efforts of the COVID task force, internal task force, as well as the work that the assistant general managers have provided to that task force. So what I'm trying to do is take that information then and trying to solve for our shortfalls in 21 through 26. So the first shortfall we're solving for is the $166 million. That shortfall was presented to you in our workshop on September 1st, just a few weeks ago. I have highlighted that in yellow for you to see the amounts there. It was $83 million in 2021 for the base system and approximately $83 million in 2021 for fast track. Overall, we're looking at that time of an $849 million shortfall over the life of the midterm financial plan. One of the things I want to point out in here is that in the last numbers we showed you on September 1st, was a estimated savings in the base system of around $40 million and in fast tracks around $20 million. After going through the process that has been going on for the last several months and trying to finalize those numbers, we clearly in the base system, as you can see in 2021, under administrative personnel related savings, other administrative reductions in service far exceeded the amounts that we were talking about, around 40 million. However, in fast track, those same amounts resulted in a much lower number than the $20 million we were assuming. So we had to figure out a way to balance that. So I just want to quickly run through what these lines mean. So the first line, administrative personnel related savings, are exactly that. Savings related to people, personnel, benefits, overtime savings, that type of stuff. Then we have the one-time personnel costs. Bruce also discussed this. We're looking at severance pay, some health insurance, other services that might be provided. That will be a one-time cost to the organization. So that will net out against the first year. Other unemployment too would be an item that would be covered in here. The other administrative reductions are things that we pointed out, Bruce also pointed out, such as subscriptions and not using temporary personnel and those type of activities. And then under service, which is a little bit further down the page, that is the amount of costs related directly to service changes. So bringing our personnel and things like fuel, parts, those type of things in line with the service that we'll be offering. That's the line item that's in the service line. So you can see in the base system for 2021, those things totaled $88.6 million. We had a shortfall of $83 million to solve for. That left $5.4 million available for us to offset. On the other hand, under fast track, when you take the administrative savings, the one-time costs, other administrative reductions, and the service, we were not able to balance that. Without using reserves, the FISA contribution for 2021, so this is not from the corpus as we've been calling it, but from the contribution that was scheduled to rubber tire service. And then we had the service reductions, which were much lower than we anticipated. But we ultimately, by using those resources, were able to solve 2021. Keep in mind, in this solving of the shortfall for 2021, we had to solve for the shortfall all the way out. We were able to do that in the base system and still end up with a balance of $264 million. You can see that on the far right under available to fund additional base shortfalls, etc. I think Susan's pointing to that. Thank you. In addition, I do want to point out that under project deferment, we did still defer the Burnham Yard project and the maintenance facility. Those were listed in 2022 and 2025. However, we did keep in there in 2021 the electric buses and infrastructure. Those have 2 grants that fund that. And then we kept in 2023 the State Highway 119 BRT at $33.3 million. Those did remain in there. Even with those, we were able to solve the shortfall in the base system. However, we ended up with only 1 month of reserves available when we get done with this process. And then under fast track, we ended up still with a shortfall in 2024, 2025, and then overall $96.7 million by the end of that 6-year period. Next page, please, page 19 of the packet. Bruce discussed a little bit about there have been changes since the September 1st workshop. The first is fair revenues. We had previously estimated fair revenues at 80% of our original forecast for 2021. Based on July and August actuals, we have revised that forecast to be 60% in 2021, 65% in 2022, 70% in 3, 4, and 5, and then 80% in 2026.
We do too. We got a whole lot of people here.
Now this is based
really care
on,
about the homeless. We're called Wall Moms.
just looking at the actual revenue for July and August. These could change greatly. They could be more aggressive than what we've outlined, or they could be less.
Correct.
But we have 2 months of actual.
They're saying
and
fuck the
that's
poor
what we use
people.
for that.
Fuck the disabled.
It does add $30 million to the shortfall in 2021 and adds a total of $307 million.
This is why we got to defund police. And I know it's not a phrase that resonates with a lot of people, but this is literally what we mean. Stop cutting here to increase security. How many times did you count the number of times Mayor Hancock used the word safety when presenting the budget? You'd think we lived in Gotham.
That is an overall reduction.
I counted 37.
Shortfall by $1.8 million in 2021.
Before we got to the Q&A section.
21 and 26 of 11.8.
37 times you used the word safety without, as mayor, taking ownership of any of the reasons why crime might be up. Oh, clearly the problem is we just don't have enough police, right?
We had a contribution to rubber tire service that includes 2 component parts. One was a base amount that we put into rubber tire service from Fast Track to the base system.
You were correct,
and then starting
Vinny.
in 2012, any increases that were
back to what I was saying. Fuck you, unhoused people. Fuck your pickleball court. 3.5 million. Remember that number. I'm going to keep coming back to it. We are spending 3.5 million on city convention center operations. 3.5 million because that allegedly would bring in revenue. I have not ever seen the books for the convention center to understand if it's worth the investment. They say they invest 1 million in here and get 2 million back, but they didn't prove it. And they also didn't show us if we invested 1 million here, could we get 4 million elsewhere?
Why we made the adjustments in fair revenue, but not to.
They're counting on you to not ask questions. They're counting on you to get bored and tune out. They're counting on you not understanding accounting or budgets. They're betting on it, and they've been winning for decades.
We had committed at the September 1st workshop that as soon as we had gotten
you don't cut administrative costs first if you care about the long-term stability of a company. Every first-year business student at even a junior college knows that, and I'm not dissing on junior colleges, but they don't most of the time.
or at least I
It's
have
not a
initial
pipeline to Wall Street. Ivy League
That's
schools
the
are.
September forecast,
I don't like
which
it.
would be
That's
their
the way it
normal
is.
forecast that they
You
would
don't
provide
have
to
to
us.
be in that pipeline
This
to know that you
forecast
don't
we
cut
use, for the
A
2021
before you
budget,
cut
which we plan on
G.
doing. But I don't have
General
that
administrative. You
information
cut the
and how
general
to add it to
fund,
this
not the
particular
administrative
presentation
fund.
today.
You cut new projects, not
The total
infrastructure.
adjustments
You
for
cut
2021, as I
anything
mentioned, will
that
now
does
be
not grow your
460 million.
revenue
And on the next
first, and
page,
then
which
you
is,
cut the
actually
things that would
20,
keep you sustainable and
what we
viable.
have done here is solve for that additional
They
shortfall.
don't care if this is sustainable or viable. They care about the
On
bond
the
rating. The
previous,
math that they are
spreadsheet,
doing
we solved for
is
the
for their
166
investors.
million. On this
It is
spreadsheet,
not
we're
for
trying to
us.
solve for the additional
And I am
shortfall
tired of giving
as
my
it relates to
husband's
the
hard-earned tax
coverage.
dollars.
So
Sorry, but
in,
it's true.
2021,
My
for
company doesn't
example,
make very much money yet.
additional shortfall
We're
is $36
relatively new.
million.
But I'm tired of those tax dollars going to this.
Able from the previous balancing, we had $5.4 million available. We're going to use that to offset that $36 million shortfall.
They don't care.
We then had to take.
We got to make them care.
Not contribute to our reserve. We had to take money out of reserve.
Right.
And based on that,
right.
we were able to.
Neither do I.
The base system.
The only thing they like wasting more than money is our time, because they don't have to GAF about either one.
That exercise, we had to use approximately 61, almost $62 million of reserves in the base system. We used $10 million of the future contributions to the FISA in 2022, and then we had to use a total of $143 million that we had available on the previous spreadsheet from the base system savings, which left us with total positive balance of $121.1 million. Those savings were generated in 2024 through 2026. They don't occur in the near term. Under fast tracks, we went through the same exercise with an additional shortfall in yellow in 2021.
The cuts they're making don't impact their bond rating. I'm going to say it again because you need to repeat this and you need to hear it. It does not impact their bond rating. They are not thinking about the quality of the services delivered. They are not caring about the safety of the services delivered. They are not even evaluating access to areas that will be impacted the most, the areas that rely on public transportation the most. We're not seeing any. They are looking at numbers on a spreadsheet that they bet no one watching will understand.
$6 million for 2024 through 2026. We are able to balance both base and fast track for 21, 22, and 23 by using existing contributions to the FISA and reserve. On fast track, that is difficult to do, and we are not able to accomplish that after using contributions to the FISA and reserve.
If you understand this,
for 1 month,
raise your hand. Do you know what fast tracks are? Do you understand what FISA contributions are?
Susan,
no shade.
So she may not be able
no
to
shade.
find the page.
This is what they present to the public. And that's the point.
And move forward in the essence of time, so you'll have plenty of time to
This is what I would do if I was an executive still and I didn't want you to ask me questions. I'd talk over your head and dare you to ask me questions so you would apologize to me like this guy did. I would shame you for asking. How dare you come to this meeting unprepared? Maybe you should do some reading and stay home. Maybe you don't deserve a seat at the table if you don't know what we're talking about. That's what they do. Never be ashamed for asking. The number one rule of public speaking is know your audience. They know their audience and they don't care. You need to care. I bet y'all still get contributions to your 401k. I bet y'all will still have business travel. I bet your car will still be covered. I bet you will still get to go to conferences and professional development in the name of the city.
If the board decides to adopt the 6-year plan, we have to be able to solve for those out years.
Refinancing bonds.
So based on that,
let's talk about that. That's what I used to do.
September 1st. That we'd like to look at utilizing projected future contributions. These would be the
made my company a whole lot of money.
Contributions to the FISA. We have
can't tell you how much good it did for the bond issuer.
Of $64.1 million.
It's like
the first grouping
a high interest loan.
1 million are fairly near term.
And we're betting on our ability to,
numbers.
that you'll be able to stay viable and pay it for life.
That would be fast.
We're going to suck off all the cash and convince you to take out more debt so you can get more cash that you can then in turn pay to us.
3.2. The West Corridor parking garages, savings of 1.4. And the fast track contingency that we have, which is a project contingency.
Again, no shade.
5. Again, estimated at 16.1. Fairly comfortable with those numbers. Pretty near term that we would close out those projects and those dollars would be returned to, in this case, the FISA. The next grouping, timeline to be determined. Not
refinancing bonds, by the way, is not like refinancing your mortgage.
The first is project savings from North Metro. We're currently estimating we may have as much as $20 million available to apply towards the shortfall. That project is just opening, as you realize, and we still have a lot of project closure and work to do to pay bills on that project. And so we are not as comfortable with this number, but feel it should be around this number when we close the project, if all goes well.
That's intentional.
We talked a lot about the credit risk premium.
They're going to make it an elitist thing. I shouldn't have to explain this to people who don't understand it. Don't ever, ever let anyone talk to you that way. They don't teach this in school. They should. I'm going to make all my kids take 2 years of accounting.
So the time frame for that,
and I'm not even that kind of mom.
It could be, early as next year. It could be several years out. And then the last thing that will be on the agenda for September is the refinancing of the Eagle private activity bond. We preliminary estimated that our share could be as much as $14 million or more. But we are still looking at what that would that number might be.
At what cost?
And that will be brought to the board on next Tuesday.
It's a savings today with the cost associated in the future.
Right now, we just wanted to reflect that
it's an accounting trick.
Those 3 projects are
they're playing accounting tricks to keep their bond rating stable so they can take the money from this service and give it to the DPD. To make it perfectly clear, police officers are going to get pay raises. Shontel Lewis, who is fighting for the black and disabled, and as far as I can tell, she's the only person in the RTD board who is doing so, is going to get fucked. That is not okay.
From the existing FISA balance, which also could be applied. So with that, we have sufficient funds if we chose to use those funding sources to offset the shortfall in 2024 to 2026. This is one of the things that we would like the board to weigh in on tonight is last meeting, we talked about the fact,
do you want to join me in one of these, Nikki? Well, I would love to have prep sessions for people to walk into these rooms and disrupt these board meetings armed with information. Because when you break windows, again, I have no problem with that, not judging it, but this is why we have to do more than break windows. They will assume we're uneducated. They will say we know what's best for you. And the paternalism continues in the form of robbery.
To present a balanced plan.
I know, right? I freaking love Shontel. I mean, if you guys do not follow Shontel Lewis on Facebook and Twitter right now, you need to go do it. She is right up there with Candy Tabaka, Leslie Herod, Carrie Joy, Elizabeth Epps, and everybody else who is fighting for actual change in this city. Tay Anderson, God put him in there too. Love him or hate him, he did break the DPD contract with DPS, and that's a big deal too.
The next step. We had the board study session this evening that we're discussing right now. The Finance Administrative Committee is meeting next week. We are looking at approval of the midterm financial plan, whatever that looks like after this evening. on September 22nd. We do
That's
have
right.
to get that into the board packet.
Shontel.
tomorrow, into minute track.
Yep. We have power on the inside. We got to push those levers. We got to join committees. We got to show up to these meetings. We've got to do these things, calling them out on Twitter and Facebook. We got to get our friends pissed off into showing up. We've got to get the most vulnerable to tell their stories and amplify those stories that the Denver Post overlooks. We've got to do our job too and force them to do theirs. Hey, Carol.
We're asking for feedback on that. October 15th.
Correct. I will give you all whatever education you want.
That is per state.
But that's why I'm going to be doing these live streams while we go through the budget. This is the most important week of the year. This determines what they have to give to DPD before they go to the collective bargaining agreement. And if we have to go into deficit and issue more bonds because we can't give DPD less due to the city charter, then we got to change the city charter. I know it's boring, but you've got to have a goalpost if you're going to play a game. I'm a coach. I want to win this game. I define objectives, I define tactics, and I get people moving. We got to move on this. Amen.
November 10th, the Finance Administration Committee approval of the 2021 budget, and on November 17th, adoption of the 2021
If we
budget.
disrupt it now,
Time frame with a
we
lot
can
of
set the
dates
rest
coming
of the
up
year.
very
We cannot afford to wait to see
So
who
with
wins the
that,
presidential
I would be
election.
glad
That
to
has
open it
got to
up
be
for
separated in
questions
our
and
mind.
I will be
I
available
want justice for Elijah McClain. I want justice for everyone. I want accountability. And it starts by refusing to pay those black and disabled people murdering motherfuckers in uniform.
If I wrote this down correctly, you want to know if we want a 2-year plan or a 6-year plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you hear that?
And then I heard another one, feedback on the draft budget on October 15th. I guess I missed that one.
Yeah, so let me just itemize those. The first thing we would like is regarding the furlough discussion. We offered a updated proposal on that. We would like feedback on that because that's pretty important to get resolved.
Yes.
So we can finalize the midterm plan as well as working on the 2021 budget. The second thing is the 2
Trying to see who that
versus 6 year or something else, but that's kind of where we are right now, 2 versus 6. And then if we choose to do a 6-year plan, I need feedback on how we're going to fund that shortfall in 2024 through 2026.
I'd love it too.
Based on the information we provide on packet page 21.
How are we going to plan 6 years out when we don't know what's going to happen in January? We need a 2-year incremental plan with long-term restructuring, minimizing financial obligations.
People ask questions generally, and then I'll do it.
Thank you. Take this back to your state. Every state needs this. Accounting is the same everywhere you go. City councils are the same everywhere you go. The powers are distributed differently. You don't have a city charter, for example, but you do. You have so much more power than you think you do. So much more. Use it. And if you need help, come find me. I will coach you through it.
Yes. So in terms of the,
and could you do that in percentage terms as well?
yes.
Okay.
So in terms of numbers, and again, I would emphasize that these numbers will continue to change as we continue to refine our analyses. But at the current time, on the salary staff side, between positions being eliminated and positions being consolidated, full and part-time, there are 108 positions that are filled, and there are 72 positions that are vacant, for a total of 180 positions. That represents approximately 13% of the salaried staff. On the represented side, that represents, there are 429 full and part-time positions that are currently filled, as well as approximately 225 vacancies. In terms of the filled positions, again, that represents approximately 20% of the occupied positions represented. The represented workforce is merely derived from the reduction in levels of service. That would include operators as well as, for example, reductions in the number of mechanics due to reduced service levels and things such as that. All told, in terms of occupied positions, it represents between 18 and 19% reduction of current workforce.
20% reduction. Almost a quarter of the workforce will be laid off across the board with no regard to demographics or need.
All right, thank you so much. Secretary Music.
Well, thanks,
Have you guys heard anything about demographic need by district in this?
If it's okay,
Anything?
I'll do
How
a
it's going to
couple
be
other things
distributed
to
across the
log. I
board?
need to log off of this meeting. So, Bruce Abel brought
Yes,
up some
we
good
do.
points and made some good comments.
Anybody wants to run, not only will I help you with resumes to apply for the Citizen Oversight Board or any other board that you think you might want to join. If you're like, I have a skill, here's my in, I will help you with that. I will introduce you to people. I know lots of them.
To not base
Right?
decisions on most current
Right?
and most
They are
accurate
eliminating the
data.
jobs
So,
that we could give
that
to
being
people who
said,
need them the
I
most,
think we need to
that would
put
provide a
off
modicum of
adoption
stability.
midterm financial
They are
plan
not eliminating
until
the
we
highly paid
address the
positions.
budget, 2021 budget approval.
You heard them say
maybe
mechanics.
As far as November, approve them both at the same time. We'll have new data by that point in time.
So mad.
And we need to do a 2-year midterm financial plan, not a 6-year midterm financial plan. And the last time we talked about this, some director said, well, I don't mind doing the 2-year, but I'd like to see the 6-year numbers too. Well, you're just doing a 6-year midterm financial plan then. So I don't get the distinction. So I think a 2-year midterm financial plan is what we need to do. And it should be a shifting 2-year plan for the time being, so next year we might want to consider just doing another 2-year plan that takes us to 2023.
Yes.
The final proposal, I like the fact that you're cutting back on days and reducing salaries. I think the salary reductions need to be greater. I know Director Menton may talk about a proposal she has, and I think those numbers are too high. But I think we need to look at bigger numbers on the non-represented salary reductions. In terms of what Bob Broom brought up, the percentages of represented employees and non-represented employees that may be let go, I'd like to try to make those percentages more equal, either by reducing the number of represented employees that are released or increasing the number of non-represented employees that we let go. So, and in terms of the 6-year plan and how we're going to fund a shortfall, I'm not going to address it because we need to adopt a 2-year midterm financial plan and not worry about that today.
Thank you. Correct.
We're borrowing trouble.
Yes.
We're making projections based on bad facts that are going to change. So anyway, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary.
You have to live in the voting district of Denver. I think. You have to be a stakeholder is what they call it. Correct. So would I. I never, you got to have a 5-year and a 10-year plan that you're working towards. Not in a time of crisis, not when you're restructuring your way out of bankruptcy, not when you're about to issue Hail Mary junk bonds.
I think you need to take a look at. Thanks.
So mad.
Cool. Thank you. First Vice Chair, Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a conversation with Heather earlier, and she indicated that she was fine with going with less than 6-year midterm financial plan because we are in the middle of the tip cycle and do not have to provide that information. Do you want to address that, Heather?
Yes, this is Heather McKillop. That is correct. If we were in the middle of a tip cycle, we would need to provide a 6-year plan so that our plans were in the tip so we could proceed with federal funding. At this particular juncture, we're in the middle of that cycle, so we do not have to adopt a 6-year plan this year. So that gives the board some flexibility in deciding, what period of time they would like to adopt at this juncture.
So as a follow-up, Heather, when does the next round of TIP planning come up? What year?
I would have to build that, but I'm assuming next year we do have to provide a 2050 plan. We did, based on the COVID situation.
Yo, I'm going to need to play hella
year,
Pokemon tonight just to work down from this.
But there is an expectation we would provide that next year. In doing so, we would need a short-term and a long-term plan. So my expectation is we would need to do that, both a 6-year and a long-term plan out to 2050 in 2021.
Okay, I asked that because of Director Busick's comment about a kind of a rolling 2-year plan, but it sounds like we do need to bite the bullet and adopt a 6-year plan next year. So I appreciate that. Another question. Has your task force considered outsourcing discrete business units? And I'm citing as an example, the E470 board outsources its call center, customer service center, and this is just an example. And it seems to me that in times like this, it would have been nice to have had some scalability without impacting our direct employees, but maybe looking at something like that. I didn't know, Bruce, if you had considered anything like that.
We have looked at outsourcing business units on the non-represented side.
Right.
We have not looked at outsourcing currently.
Yes. Have you thought about outsourcing?
That are performed by represented employees.
Would there be an opportunity in this next round?
Have you considered taking jobs away from Denver people?
Negotiations to take a look at that?
Yeah.
I would certainly anticipate that could be introduced as a topic of negotiation.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Second Vice Chair Cook.
Yeah, thank you. Understanding that this is just questions at this point, but one having to do with our fund balance or our reserve goal. Heather, I'm concerned about, as you know, we talked about this today, I'm concerned about lowering that to 1 month and going on that, or at least accepting it for 2 or 3 years here. I understand that we're talking about the FISA as being a sort of de facto part of that. But I want to clarify, we're not modifying our policy of striving to achieve 3 months, correct, first of all. And secondly, if it's true that we're sort of keeping in mind the FISA as part of that cushion, shouldn't we start reporting as an alternative both numbers to give us an idea of how many days or weeks we have as a reserve, or for, let's call it liquidity or whatever you want to. I'm just wanting not to actually do both, get down to 1 month and hit the FISA account. So I want to make sure that if we do that, we're doing it very consciously and with a lot of forethought.
Madam Chair, this is Heather McKillop. So regarding the first question about the fiscal policy, yes, I would advise that we keep your fiscal policy that says that we are always striving to maintain at least 3 months reserve. I would not recommend lowering that, even though we have reflected that in this plan. Again, this is a plan,
okay.
And hopefully, with
what
that,
you guys need to hear right now, if you've ever been told you need to save between 3 and 6 months' salary, that's your rainy day fund for periods of unemployment. That's what this slush fund is. Every company has to have one. 3 months is usually required by law. There's the federal requirements, but it varies a lot state to state.
Other ramifications for us. And also
Denver's is pretty low, so 3 months is good. There comes a point where it's too much and you're just hoarding cash and it's not responsible. But in a time like this, there are 2 ways of going about it. So this is what they're discussing right now is the way I would be talking in a bank if the Denver RTD had come to us and said, we want to issue bonds to get us through COVID.
Percentage of operating costs for fast track.
This is the same sort of conversation we've been having. So these are not terrible questions, but what we need to come back to is that everyone right now is operating within the framework given to them, dictated by Mayor Hancock, who is determined to pay the DPD and forced everybody else to scale down.
Like me to show it differently, I can. It's just we were trying to respect the sensitivity that people have with the uses of that particular account.
Okay. The second thing is, and I'm glad that Chair and others have stressed, we know
this is another thing when you have non-finance people sometimes sitting at the table making demands before they become educated on what you can do. There will be a demand to take all that money out of the general fund and use it to pay people.
I had one from
and like
constituent who is also an operator. He lives in
even I'm like, ooh, no,
he wrote
that's not responsible. You need that rainy day fund. That's the last thing you touch because that allows you to continue paying people through bad times. Right. First we cut. First we shift. Then we cut. After pausing, and then we start doing the nasty stuff. You know,
to urge that be
that fund
on the table. So I don't want to foreclose.
It's not the first thing you go for.
They're coming up with people considering.
But usually when people come in, like when people, the pseudo-intellectual soup du jour about 10 years ago was like, oh my God, nonprofits that spend more than 30% on admin costs. Totally bad. It's just totally bad. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. That's inane. And you just made that number up. 30% is a little on the high side, but it's totally normal and in line with expectations with a global multinational corporation. What's your point? It was something they heard that sounded kind of good that now has been parroted enough that people say shit like that, thinking it makes them sound smart when it actually proves that you did nothing but read a Rolling Stone article and are now making me educate you. That's not necessarily what's happening here, but there are a lot of defensive posturings that these guys have to take before coming to a public that's going to say, why don't you do this? Because they're looking at a balance sheet for the very first time, which is, again, not to say you shouldn't do it. Bring those questions to me, and I will give you the sound bites to go yell at these motherfuckers.
I would say there is a willingness to discuss virtually
But
anything.
please, please, please.
But it was
administrative is the last thing we want to cut.
Manner at this point in time.
Because administrative costs are usually not coming out of the executive payment budget.
In terms of comments, thank you.
You're cutting everybody but the highest paid people at the table when you dig into administrative.
Thank you and your team and Mr. Ballard for this incredible
for precisely
work.
that reason.
I think it's painstaking and painful and difficult. It's caused me.
I know. I hear you. It makes me so angry. I'm like,
quite honestly,
overpaid, really?
Many of my colleagues share the same feeling. This
exactly.
is probably the most difficult time I've experienced.
Exactly. We have to keep the reserve. We got to spend it through tough times for sure. But like, you spend it to zero, then what? Then you've spent your entire savings account. Then you're going to be either issuing bonds, which will be hard to do because you have no savings. So the bonds are going to be more expensive. It's more expensive to borrow cash when you don't have any, right? So we need to keep that. We need to keep a buffer there so that it's like, okay, this is the last chance to borrow money before we have to spend this.
Do get laid off
because that's when you're in the real crisis. So like, I'm totally with you. It's just sort of like people are like, we got this is money we could spend. Like, no, that's what you need to not do. I got money in my 401k. No. Do not cash out your 401k. Do not cash out your IRA. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I think it was
that is a last resort. Same as this. Yes. Yeah. You're going to be cutting the wage employees. You're going to be cutting salaried employees. You're going to be cutting everyone outside of the shareholding employees who make the business run. And in a government budget, they are not considered part of that line item. So the people you want to be hitting, the overpaid people, are the ones at the top, the executive class,
pretty drastic.
not the
approach.
administrative class.
We certainly don't want to see that.
But it doesn't come out
But I
as like
think
the
we need to be
executive
mindful
class
that
in the budget.
financial well-being
They
of
hide
this
it
agency
for
is
that reason.
critical
We're cutting
moving
administrative
forward.
costs.
And it
But
was
I
in
ain't getting
bad shape
touched, y'all.
before the
Neener, neener,
pandemic,
neener.
and
That's
now it's
basically it.
just an utter disaster and a crisis. So, and also, you know, Heather mentioned something that I thought was pretty interesting today, and it was about the bond rating and Moody's and so on and so forth and what they're thinking. It matters what Wall Street thinks about this board and the direction that we take and how we do things to make sure
Because
that
Wall
this
Street doesn't
agency
give a
is
shit that we've
strong
got a shitty
and
mayor.
mentally strong and solvent, and that we can take care of the people that do stay with us.
Wall
So
Street
I
doesn't
don't
work
think
that
it's
way.
fair
They don't care why
that
we are in a
we ask,
crisis. Wall Street is going to say you're in a
20% of
crisis
our
because you didn't manage your budget
representative
well.
employees to
They are not going to
separate
say you are in a crisis
RTD
because
without
your mayor
a
is a
bigger
dipshit.
lion's share of the cuts going to our
Which is why we
salaried
got to be
employees,
like, our mayor is a
especially
dipshit.
the
We're not
ones
going to
at
let you
the
do this
top.
and push back.
And I really will hope that we're going to have a robust conversation tonight regarding.
Okay, I'm
the
coming, baby. I'm
potential
sorry.
for
I got to go. I got to go.
direction.
I'm going to let
I
this
think it's a very
run
valuable one.
a
And
little bit
while I
longer,
hear
but I've got to go.
15%
It's
sounds like
I
an
have
awful
special
lot.
mommy time at
I
night
think
with each
that
of my
we
children,
should
10 minutes
probably
each,
come to
and this
something
is run
that's more
long.
meaningful.
And
And it matters.
my younger
It
one is
matters
losing
to
her
the
mind a little bit right now.
stakeholders, it
So
matters
I'm
to
going to
the
go
constituents,
hang with her,
and it
and I'll
matters
be
to the
right back.
employees, whether they've been separated or whether they stay. And it matters to how well we are looked at in the industry and on Wall Street. We need to fill up that reserve to the 3 months. It's never been fully funded since I've been on the board. And I think that's outrageous. So we need to get things in line. And maybe we need to do more cuts on the administrative side and look at them very closely. We took on a lot of contractors that should have gone away when the contract was over, but we absorbed those employees. I think that was reckless and irresponsible. With regard to the 2-year plan or the 6-year plan, it seems to make sense to go with a 2-year plan. And in the coming months or the coming years, sales tax revenue and ridership increases, then the revenues increase, that's great. Take care of the FISA, take care of the reserves, and pay off the debt and improve our bond rating and show Wall Street we're worthy of investing in. And you know, that CRP isn't 29 million coming to us. It's half of that. The other half goes to the city and county of Denver. So we don't even know when we're going to get that money. And it'll be great. And if we get money from the CARES Act, so that's wonderful too. But we need to shore up our financial well-being. So I think that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you,
Thank
Director
you,
Golson.
Madam Chair.
Treasurer Geisinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, are you just asking for questions or questions and comments at this point? What are we?
So this first round is what's on your mind, what are you feeling, and then I'll go back again, and then we'll do a straw poll at the end.
So comments.
So this is your first shot at the apple.
Okay, I'm not sure everybody was understanding that, but thank you. You know, in terms of the fare revenues and how we project those going out, let me back up and just say that Heather spent an hour with me yesterday. I really appreciate that, and Bruce has spent time also, and Bruce has done a really great job, I think, presenting all of this both tonight and to the Accountability Committee the other day and some of the legislative leadership, and I think that all of that is helpful. I share Director Folska's and, well, several people's statements that, you know, this is such a painful thing to look at and to consider. We know that these are people's lives, and you know, I would join others in encouraging talking with the union about layoffs or 4-day work weeks or bringing drivers back as TSOs or whatever the other options are. I'm glad to see the number going down, and I encourage any of those things. In terms of fare revenue going down and the numbers that we picked, I'm not sure I understand the service return in those out years. Is there a plan for returning service that matches up with the, 60% fair revenue, 60%, then 65 and 75 and 80 or something along those lines. How does that match with returning service?
I would say that no, there are not funds available for the expansion of service. But as we look at service today, we're carrying 40% of our ridership and have 60% of our service on the street. So we have excess capacity at our current service levels for ridership to grow. It is not until the out years that we would anticipate, and by out years, I'm talking the tail end of the 6-year period, that we're actually looking to have funding available to be growing service back. Does that answer the question?
And this is Heather. I would just add to that, if you look at the charts in 24 through 26 is when we have funds available in the base system to be able to address that if the board would choose. But we did not make that assumption at this point in time that the board would choose to use that for service. But we had to make some assumptions around revenue. So depending on the length of time, we'll have to review that and whether the board wants to use those dollars to offset the shortfalls and fast track for 2024 through 25 through 26.
Okay. Thank you. And in terms of the reductions, the service line in fast tracks was, I think it was very small, 3.7 million, something like that. And on the base, it was 76, almost 77 million. What all goes into that? Is that assuming, I'm sure, much larger service cuts? But you said that fast tracks came in much lower than you expected. Are there fewer cuts to fast tracks than you were expecting in terms of service, or what happened there?
Well, in terms of our service hours, the vast majority of our service hours are attributable to base system services. So really the only, quote, fast track services that we have in O&M are things such as the W line light rail was the first fast tracks rail, the R line, the Siri extension, and so those services are attributable to fast tracks, and so we can effectuate some service reductions there. But in terms of our overall service plan, that's a very, very small percentage. Another issue that impacts this is the commuter rail service. The commuter rail service, due to the nature of our existing contract, while we can reduce service, does not generate actual dollar savings unless we are able to renegotiate that contract, which this individual would put in a plug for at this point in time. But that's another thing that really impacts our ability to generate cost savings on the fast track side of the ledger. So it's not that more cuts are coming in on the base system, it's that the base system constitutes the vast majority of our service offering.
Great, I thank you very much. This I just learned this afternoon, so I'm kind of going out without having my facts really straight. But I talked about the possibility of a loss of some of the sales tax, which is coming in, much better than we expected, due to the end of the $600 weekly federal supplement. I believe that the state is about to start a $300 weekly supplement. I think it's limited. It might be just 3 or 4 weeks. And it's going to be paid out for, I believe, in arrears for some of the people who are unemployed in August. But that, I guess I'm noting that. Maybe, I don't know if you can speak to that, Ms. McKillop, but I think it could mean August is down a little, September might go back up. It's just something worth looking at. And I guess, I think that these numbers, where we've gone from the 166 million to the 215 million, and I talked with Heather about this today, since we know that sales tax is coming in much better than we expected. I believe you said that we're up 45 million just through July. So, potentially that's, pushing 80, 90 million, even more, by December, by the end of the year. And I'm not sure what that means for the 2021 numbers, except that we might end the year with a lot of money here. So I think that rather than passing an MTFP with numbers, and I'd say one other thing is that my understanding, I believe you said, Ms. McKillop, is that the 2021 budget will be based on the new projections from leads that you'll be getting next week. So rather than passing an MTFP that we know is not based on the numbers that we're seeing and is looking at this $215 million deficit that probably will change, I would encourage that we hold off, I think along the lines of what Director Catlin was suggesting, that we pass the budget and the MTFP with numbers using the same projections. And I know, Ms. McKillop, that your team is working really hard. So I would, and it sounded like you were okay with not passing the MTFP or doing it later.
I love you guys too. I'm gonna have to go back and sit with my kids some more. I'm real sorry. I've got 4 kids under 8, and they do not do well when the evening routine is disrupted, which is why you don't see me out very often between the hours of 5 and like 9, and why I do day activities, because if I go out after that, they DJF. They are awake at 5:30, want breakfast and mommy and Onward, which is a great movie, but I'd just rather not watch it at 5
So I
a.m.
think that Director Busick talked a little bit about that.
You're
too.
welcome. Love y'all too.
That maybe we could put off adoption of the MTFP until we also adopt the budget and do that at the same time.
Don't
in
forget,
November.
I'll be streaming most of the day
I am
tomorrow
fine with,
as the budget
looking at that
continues. This is the beginning of the fallout as the discussions begin. We have the power to change this too, but we got to show up and scream. I will give you the talking points. I will help you do the math. But you got to keep doing this, engaging and tuning in. Vinny, if you want me to come on the podcast and talk, I'll do that too. Whatever you need that's going to be effective to get people moved, let's do it.
All of that later.
Sorry. Director Lewis.
Oh, Shontel Lewis is about to speak.
I do have a few questions for you, Bruce. And these are
Okay, I gotta leave the raw stream running now. I want to see this.
I had asked when I was first presented this information. So for the furloughs as well as for
she has Candace in the bucket. Listen to everything she says. Everything.
The disaggregated data for race, gender, and length of time at the agency, and age as well. I'm curious of that. I know we talked about ensuring that this is equitable, and we were thinking about equity as we were making these suggestions, and so I'd appreciate that data. I also am curious, you talked about the defined benefit plan, but you didn't attach any cost savings to them, and I'm curious of the cost savings for that specific one.
If I can start with the answer to your first question comment, we are currently just beginning the analysis of the disparate impact, and so that data is not in a position to be provided right now, but I can refer back to over to Melanie, who is engaged in that process. Melanie Snyder, General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Melanie Snyder, General Counsel. So Director Lewis, I'm happy to talk with you a little bit more offline, but right now we are not, the disparate impact analysis will be done at the very end once we have more definite numbers. So it's not appropriate at this time right now to include that type of information as part of our considerations. Those are expressly not part of our considerations right now.
Okay, so that's really important to me, that we are taking, that our approach is from a lens of equity. And so I would prefer to not have that information at the end. I'd prefer to have that information sooner rather than later, because that is something that I think should be a determining factor in our approach. And so I appreciate that. And in the same vein, I know, Bruce, you talked about us having 40% ridership and 60% service. And if we're planning to keep this intact, I wonder, from an equity perspective, the Title VI specifically, if there's going to be an equity analysis in keeping this 60% reduction.
I guess I'll answer in 2 parts to that question. One, as part of the January service change, we do have a consultant lined up to do the Title VI equity analysis of the January proposals. The other element I would suggest is that, as we've discussed a couple of times previously, is that, you know, the COVID reduction policies are guided, let's see, what exactly are they titled? The budget reduction principles that the board provided. Number 3 will prioritize mobility for people who most depend on transit during the pandemic. We will strive to maximize mobility during the pandemic for those customers who most depend on our service to access essential jobs and other necessities. That is very much at the forefront of our thinking as we are proposing the January service changes. And so I think that as you see the proposals, which will be presented next week for socialization, that you will see that we are very much focused on redeploying resources from areas that have service right now that are not being used, and proposing the redeployment of those to areas where routes are being well used by folks in communities where folks rely on transit to get to essential jobs. And that in general correlates pretty highly with the equity issue.
All right, cool, thank you. You said you were going to answer the second question as well.
So this is Heather McKillop. I will answer the pension and the plan question. So we actually have two plans, and we have one defined contribution plan. So on the represented pension plan, that is currently in the contract through March, and we will be negotiating that contract soon. But currently the RTD contributes $6.2 million lump sum at the beginning of the year, and then 13% of the salary for the represented employee. We then, on the salaried pension plan, that is a lump sum contribution when the plan closed in 2008. We currently contribute around $6 million. The plan is to continue that contribution, not lower it, but not increase it as we have been doing. We've been increasing it between $500,000 and $1 million per year to try to keep the plan solvent long term. And then we have the salaried defined contribution plan, which is not a pension plan. It is a flat percentage contribution. And right now, that contribution for 2020 is at 9%. We're recommending it go down to 7%. There would be savings there. Before the layoffs and the furloughs, that was estimated to be right around $1 million. It is something less than that, and I would have to give you that exact number right now. I don't have it handy.
Okay, so thank you, Heather, that's helpful. For the defined benefit plan, I was specifically asking about that. You said it was a lump sum, and I was curious of the cost savings.
For the salaried pension plan, it is a lump sum, and we are recommending that we keep the same amount that we did for 2020, so there would not be savings there, but we would not increase that amount as we have been doing.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you. And then the second question I have for you, with the defined contribution plan, with the recommendation from 9% to 7%, what might it look like from 9% to 5% or 9% to 3%?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Sure.
What would it look like if we went to 5%?
Oh, I don't know.
So I think I hear someone saying if you wanted to repeat it again.
Yeah, so you were asking if we went to 5% versus 9%, what the savings would be? I don't know. I have not done that calculation. We would have to look at that.
Yeah, 5% and 3%. If you could look at both of those scenarios to determine the cost savings.
And Director Lewis, this is Bruce. So what I was pointing out is, as Heather alluded, is between $900,000 and $1 million savings by going from 9 to 7.
Correct.
And those are right. Those are the parameters of the existing plan document. We did not look at changing the plan document because what we were looking at doing is finding a path that we could implement in the short term to impact the 2021 budget as opposed to looking at a longer term issue that would involve bringing on actuarial folks and looking to change plan documents and things like that. That's why we haven't run the numbers, because 7% is the lower limit in the existing plan documents.
Okay, I'll put a pin in that then. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate that.
Okay.
And we spoke about additional benefits, and I didn't see it show up here, and so maybe we talked about healthcare benefits, and I was curious if those changes were going to stay, if those are no longer a part of the conversation.
I apologize, you were going in and out. What benefits?
Healthcare, so Kaiser and Cigna?
Yes. So we did look at healthcare benefits. We did get quotes. Kaiser stayed the same. Cigna went up approximately 12 to 13%, I believe. The board may remember that the board had asked us several years ago to phase in Cigna so that it was at an amount, the contribution from RTD was similar amount to what we were contributing for Kaiser. When we looked at doing that, the amount of the increase plus the 12% increase for Cigna was so significant that those people would be forced out of their plans. I believe it was close to $150 a pay period difference, which is significant. So we decided not to have those employees absorb that. And so there will not be cost savings associated with the healthcare plan that we're recommending at this time. In fact, it's a couple $100,000 expense to cover some of those increases. So we're not anticipating in 2021 savings from that. And we're carefully monitoring that because we're trying to still continue to provide options. There are issues with going to one provider as far as than them having a monopoly with this organization. And so we were trying to walk that fine line of passing those costs on to the employee, the additional costs, while at the same time trying to still maintain two health plans. We have discussed going out the last couple of years for we're getting a new broker this year. And so we'll be discussing with that broker to relook at all of our health plans. Starting in 2021, but at this time, the costs were minimal to keep it the way it was, but there is not anticipated to be saving.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And then, so one of the things I've been interested in is the ridership, what our ridership is looking at by class, particularly what we are seeing in ridership on our bus and on our rate.
Right now, and I wish I had Jesse's paper in front of me, our ridership, the most marked decreases have been on regional service and on light rail service. We have seen reductions in ridership of 75 to 85% on our regional Flatiron, Flyer, and rail services, because those services are very commuter-centric, and we are no longer seeing the commuter market. People are continuing to work from home, and so we've had the greatest drop in ridership on regional services, Flatiron, Flyer, and light rail services. Our local bus service has seen ridership reductions of about 45 to 55%, so less than on the regionals and rail, because those tend to be the routes that people are continuing to ride because it depends on transit to get to essential jobs. Goes back to the earlier comment about we expect to be beefing those up. The recommendation would be to be beefing those up with the January run board, because those have been the routes where ridership has been retained. If we look at a graph of our times of travel, we no longer have a two-hump camel because there's no longer a morning and an afternoon peak. We now have more of a whale with a single hump. That's in the sort of mid-afternoon.
Exactly.
Does that answer your question, Director Lewis?
It does. It does. It's very helpful. So, yeah, sure. So I have would you like me to wait for recommendations or?
Yeah, could I go the second round?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. Director Lubau.
Were they good to her, or were they
I hope
racist?
folks can hear me.
They're
Never
usually
know
really
technology.
racist.
I wanted to thank Bruce and Heather and all their teams.
I gotta
working
get
on
snacks
this
to the horde. I'll be back.
because it's so incredibly difficult with everything changing. You know, I'm hearing static. Are other people hearing that?
Yeah, if everybody could mute their phones or their microphones, please.
Thank you. Okay, well, the first was just thanking Bruce and Heather and their team for all the hard work. And the other general comment I wanted to make was that whatever comments I do make, they have nothing to do with judgments about poor performance. They have to do with decisions that I think need to be made to keep RTD sustainable in the fairest and most appropriate way possible. I would like to see, I think as Director Busick suggested, that the midterm budget and the regular budget be put out the farthest extent possible at the end of the year, because things are changing so much. I really think that we need to have the most up-to-date figures basing the budget on, and that would be my suggestion. But in addition, I have another suggestion that I don't know, might not be super popular, but I think it's necessary. That would also take some time. And I am concerned about the management employee staff ratio and whether that's the most appropriate percentage for the agency. I don't know if there's really one management for every 2 employees. I don't know if management is 30% of the entire district. I don't know if that's true, but if it is true, it doesn't seem like that would probably be the most productive use of our resources. So I personally think it would be useful to see if we could get somebody from outside to very quickly, not a six-month plan, but very quickly come in and look at our staffing and see if our management percentage and our staffing hierarchy is appropriate or isn't. And if it seems obviously kind of top heavy, then that's something that we really need to look at in terms of our layoffs. I think it's something that is kind of part of the elephant in the room, but I really would like to see looked at, so I make that suggestion. And that's one of the reasons that I'd like to see the budget put off till the last date possible. And similarly, I think it would be terrific for our management and the unions to get together and talk about, since we know there's a huge deficit, what creative ideas could the unions live with that would save jobs by doing things creatively, such as working 4 days a week or whatever. Maybe that wouldn't fly, but I think we have to try everything. I mean, to me, everybody's job is really precious. And the fact that we might have to cut so many is very distressing. It's distressing to all of us. So my particular goal is to keep the agency afloat, but do it with as little layoffs as we possibly could do, because these are members of our family, our work family. So in light of that, I personally think that we should do some trade-off. And the trade-off would be having some salary cuts, and the money that would be saved from those cuts could be used to keep employees and to reduce the amount of layoffs. And I was personally thinking of if it would be tiered, so 150,000 and above, which is very hefty salary and above, 15% salary cut for a year, 100 to 149,000 would be 10%, 60 to 99,000 would be 5%. Personally, I'm not in favor of furloughs. I could live with it on the lower salary end, but I think that we need all of our workers doing all of our work to move our organizations going through this very difficult time. And that's my personal take on it. And one additional thing, the pension contribution, the salary pension contribution, I know we're not increasing it, but I'm just wondering in terms of that trade-off that I'm talking about, if we could reduce it without causing the whole thing to be very negatively impacted, for this next year, which I call hell year, it's something to think about. If you could save $1 million or $2 million, and that could save some people's jobs, at least temporarily, it's worth thinking about, at least as far as I'm concerned. So I would recommend the 2 year. I think the 6 year is just asking for trouble because everything is changing. And I don't want that trouble that I'm seeing off in the distance. It may be worse in the reality. It may be less bad. We just don't know. And it seems silly to bring that problem on ourselves. So I don't know if there's anything else I needed to answer. I think, no, that's it. Anyway, thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Lugo. Director Menton, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak to a proposal that I did share with board members. I've also provided it to Bruce Abel, to Paul Ballard, and I know we have a large audience tonight, so I want to cover this with a little more detail for their benefit, to know what we were talking, what other board directors talked about when they said Director Benton has a suggestion. And there were other board directors who were also involved in putting this together. But what this does is it talks to the issue of the furlough days for the non-represented. And the proposal itself is in tiered brackets depending on the salary range. Where this starts is at the very top of the non-represented. This would be at top management at RTD. So when you've heard the 18% reduction, this only applies to the top tier. And for reference, for those who don't know about our salary structure at RTD, what this includes for the proposed 18% reduction is it covers right now 14 positions. These 14 positions that would be suggested for 18% reduction right now are earning between $180,000 to $260,000 per year plus benefits. The next tier in this proposal is lower. The salary range for this next tier is between 100,000 and 179,999. And for this tier, the suggestion is to reduce the salaries by 13%. Now there are 234 positions that fall within this $100,000 to $179,999. The third tier drops to less. And in this third tier, it would be a 7% reduction in compensation. This covers those within a salary range of $60,000 to $99,999. There are 497 people within that range. There is a fourth tier that is not affected by this proposal to reduce compensation. And that is the non-represented employees at RTD. And that is those who are earning $59,999 and below. And for a rough figure there, because we do have some part-time and full-time, but that's roughly 160 people within that bracket. So as this proposal got circulated around, I did hear some questions. And there were a couple reasons for doing this. One is the obvious budget talks that we have going on right now. But the other reason that this came up is because of concerns about if we do the furlough days, what we are saying is, for just to put it down into numbers, is that we were talking about thousands of hours less productivity, less hours on the job, less hours answering the phone when a rider calls, less hours of interdepartmental communications. And right now, even with staff's adjustment, which I think a big reason they're coming back with this change is because of these alternatives, we're still looking at probably around 30,000 less hours serving the district with the furlough plan. Now, I have had questions about where did the 18% come from. A real easy explanation, although there is more behind it, but a real easy explanation is that the top earners at RTD earn far more than the top managers at the Colorado Department of Transportation. And if we're going to look at apples to apples, I feel that's a fairly comparable two data sets, job roles. And so for those, again, 14 positions that would be set at an 18% reduction, that 18% reduction aligns those 14 positions with those in Colorado Department of Transportation, and they may be looking at some, we just heard from Denver, they're going to be going through some massive budget cuts. This is starting to hit a lot of public agencies. Some started to address this earlier in the year. We've been a little bit slow, perhaps, in taking the big bites of the apple that we need to take. So where did the 18% come from? It's really getting it aligned with CDOT. But then tomorrow there will be a proposal submitted. And in this proposal to do this reduction, one way or another, maybe a couple different proposals, I was asked by at least one other board director to please put together a list of other public and private agencies that have reduced compensation. And within those, you'll see a wide range of what has happened in the public and the private sector. But it is not rare at all to see a 15 or 20%, and in some cases even more, because the top management knew the pain that was being felt in the lower ends of the salary range. Because in many of these cases, a threat of furlough was a problem that was arising, or it's already taken place. I mean, if you look at New York, what they're going to be looking at 22,000 potential pink slips. You'll start to see more and more of these agencies. So in summary with that, I wanted to let the public know that this was not too drastic of a change, especially when we are talking on that top tier. Again, our top tier at RTD making $180,000 to $260,000, and to be cut 18% when we are getting ready to lay off, with these new numbers, approximately 537 people. And when staff is really trying to present an option that reduces 30,000 hours of support time for the district, for the riders, I think this is a good compromise with the three tiers. Again, those making $60,000 to $90, just under $100,000, is a 7% reduction. And I can't see how that is difficult to swallow considering our circumstances. And the fact that if you were to look around a room, let's say you're over in Platt Division or in Blake, and just like you look around and see, well, who might be laid off. And if you were looking at a 7% reduction, or in those higher income earners, 100,000 to 179,999, to take a 13% cut, especially with our generous benefits, I don't think that's harsh. I think it's a reasonable step to take. And then the discussion comes up, well, where do we put the money? Because what staff's proposal is for these furlough options is just under $2 million. And again, we have the loss of, I'm estimating 30,000 hours. In taking this plan with the 18%, 13%, 7% reduction, instead of the 1.9 million, which is, that's no small change there. But for those who are listening, what this plan does with the 18, the 13, and the 7% is it takes it up to about a $7 million savings. So what can we do with that extra money? We can have a really healthy discussion. For me, I'm very concerned about the reserves. And with the fact that even the creditors are concerned, I mean, we should be, what household would we tell to live to your goal is 3 months? I don't know anybody who would tell a household that that's a good goal. And now we're going to be sitting at 1 month. The service redeployment. I don't think that's on the radar for a lot of people out in the public. What that means is that area out in the suburban areas, the service is going to go away. We don't have all the details. We'll have that for next week. But the more money that we can find tonight and not give up the 30,000 hours, let's just consider this. As we're laying off people, right, the workload still remains. So those who are lucky enough to stay are very likely going to have more work. So why would we reduce 30,000 hours of service productivity? That is why I think this plan to reduce at a higher level is justified. It's in the best interest of the writers. It's in the best interest of the district. And I don't think it's too harsh for anybody who is keeping an eye on the job market. It's not the same scenario as a year ago. And when we started this discussion tonight, it was mentioned that this is due to COVID. Now, the reality is, last year, November, Ms. McKillop stated to us, there is no way that we can continue to operate and maintain our system unless we make changes. And that was months before COVID was a word we even knew about. So I hope that's answered some questions. I hope that the audience, which is listening, has a little more understanding of this proposal. And I would hope that some of the board would look towards the percentages that are presented and consider that. We do have room potentially for negotiation, but I think to say that our top folks making $180,000 to $260,000 should be taking a 7.5% reduction in light of hundreds of layoffs is unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Okay. All right. I know I get round two, so I'll wait if I have something more then. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mulholland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Well, that's a tough appeal to follow. And, but I'm of the same mind as Director Minton that a year ago to say that ridership would drop 60% in the course of just a couple of months would have seemed just inconceivable. In addition to the additional topics that are being covered tonight, the significant layoffs. And so I guess just as a matter of comparison, the furlough idea that Directors Cook and Lubau kind of poked at, the idea of a 4-day work week versus a 5, that would be a 20% reduction. And that's on that would apply towards, I would imagine, the lower salary side. And so that's far in excess of what Director Minton just laid out. And then also, if you look at, the labor market, I mean, restaurants and lots of other retail places are just, the layoff or the reduction, the salary reduction is 100% for many people with no hopes of coming back and no assistance, no placement assistance and things like that going forward. And so it is bleak out there, and unfortunately, while some of the early numbers or the most recent numbers look more positive than what we projected, that's also on the back of the federal government just printing $6-7 trillion, and so it's really disguised. It's really washed over the real impact just by this helicopter money out into the economy. And so it's hard to, I think we have to keep that in mind, that when that dries up or goes away or whatever, that will not have the same sales tax collection benefit from that. So, but just some observations, and also, the Fitch report that as McKillop had talked about earlier, she and I talked earlier in the day, and I just wonder also if we told them that the FISA account should not be considered the cash account, that if it were locked away, that they should not even recognize it as being available for as a savings account or as a liquidity function. I wonder what that would also, what effect that would have, because right now they're considering it as this liquid account. And I know there's people and jurisdictions that would like to see it locked away and not available. And I guess that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Mahalik. Director Tisdale, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a question first for Bruce Abel, just I think to clarify the record. I believe this is what was intended, but I don't know that is what I heard. We talked about relative to the layoffs that we would have, as proposed by the COVID task force, 429 represented employees in filled or occupied positions laid off, and that constituted 20% of the occupied positions for represented employees. And I believe when we talked about the salaried employees, he mentioned that it was 13% of salaried employees. I am assuming, and I just want to clarify for the record, that's 13% of the filled or occupied positions on the salaried side. Can you verify that, please?
That is correct, Director Tisdale.
All right, thank you. I agree with the observation. I think it was Director Busick. The data is ever changing, or the data are ever changing, and it's really very frustrating to do any of this. That is why, when looking at a 2-year plan versus a 6-year plan, I appreciate having the information. I was one of the people who said, please provide the information that a 6-year plan would show, but I definitely believe that we cannot, and it would be irresponsible, I submit, to do a 6-year plan at this point. I even have a question as to whether a 2-year plan is appropriate at this point in time. And I know the discussion has been had relative to, well, maybe we approve both the 2021 budget and a 2-year midterm financial plan in November and proceed that way. And we pushed our budget approval back last year, as you will all recall. The problem with doing that, I think, is that we are directing our chief financial officer and her staff to work on a lot of moving variables, moving parts, and that it may be best if they just focused on the budget for 2021, and that we take the consideration of a midterm financial plan and deal with that next year. I hate to sound like I'm kicking a can down the road. The difference is this is a road none of us have ever traveled, and if you just take the normal analogy of kicking it down the road, you assume it's at least in a generally straight direction. That's not true now, so we can't say that. So I think that a consideration for us is, do we want simply to defer the concept of a midterm financial plan because there is no requirement relative to the tip, and look instead at just crafting a workable 2021 budget. The other discussion has focused on the salary reductions, whether it's by furlough and salary reductions combined, or a net equivalent economics that we've discussed earlier, or whether it's just a flat salary reduction on a tiered basis, as has been described. I submit that I think the proposal by staff is good in its heart, but it may be a little light. I think the recommendation by Director Menton, I know, is good in its heart, but I also think it's a little heavy. And so I think that we would have to look at something perhaps between those two in order to make me feel more comfortable with how we're approaching this. The other comment has been made relative to the disparity between the percentage of salaried employees who would be affected by this reduction in force and the represented employees who would be affected by this reduction in force. And I don't know that they have to be equal, but I think they have to be more balanced than what we're seeing. I think to say 13% versus 20% sends a very negative message, not only to the represented employees, but also to the general public, our constituents, our stakeholders, our taxpayers. Lance Longenbone, the president of the ATU, sent us a very considered and comprehensive analysis of all of this, and I think there were some valid points there. So I would merely incorporate by reference that discussion. I do, as my last point here, and then I'll stop, I do want to emphasize and expand upon Bruce's footnote that he gave. And it was good. It was appropriate and adequate, but I think it was really almost dealt with as a footnote concerning what we're going to do regarding these displaced workers. And that, to me, is a critical part of this entire process when we're talking about having a reduction in force that impacts anybody. I believe that we need to pledge and perform that we're going to provide assistance and support to these displaced workers. And that will be in the form of a severance package and the employer assistance program, as discussed, and placement services so that we can take steps to guarantee a job for these people. That's a hard word, isn't it? Guarantee. But I think if we're guaranteeing them that we're going to stop paying them, I think we make all possible efforts to guarantee them that we're going to replace that in some reasonable fashion. That's what we have to do. And we have to work on the recall provisions. We need to work collaboratively with the union to provide a robust recall program. I know that the UAW and the Teamsters did that many years ago when I was a Teamster, and I negotiated a contract with the steel workers where we did the same thing. So I know that we need the collaboration and the cooperation of the union, and I know that we need to lead by example in setting up a proposal for a recall program that will bring these people back in the shortest possible term. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Walker, you have the floor.
Still going.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions.
Is it a video or a no, it's a meeting, and it is still going.
I'm wondering if there's if you have the cost available for the follow service. We have the bus.
He can't see you, sweetheart. That's what makes these so fun. I can see them, and I can say whatever I want, and they can't see me back. Why? Because they don't want to. They hide from the public, and I make the
Walker,
public
you're breaking up pretty badly.
see them.
Okay, sorry.
I know.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
So,
most
I
of
am
meetings
wondering
is
if
people
you have
saying,
the
"Can you hear
cost
me
of
now?
the follow-
Can you hear me now?"
follow-up service, where the bus sits midway, so it's
What people are in this meeting?
on a trip and picks up passengers.
Good people, the best people you'll ever meet.
Only
Can I have
two.
one? Yes.
Yay.
Okay. All right. Oh, you want the other one?
Do not have that handy, but we can certainly take a look at it.
Say goodnight.
We have records as to how often follower service was deployed. But again, the cost of that has been absorbed by the CARES Act, which under current scenario is going bye-bye.
Right. Yeah, so I'm wondering if I'm guessing we won't be able to keep that if there's not some future act. CARES choose.
We'll see what we can find.
Okay, thank you. For Ms. McKillop, I'm wondering how much the credit rating matters if we don't have any more projects that we bonded, or does it affect reissuance bonds or refinance?
So this is Heather McKillop. So yes, it does matter to us quite a bit. One, because we're constantly looking at opportunities to do rate financing. The private activity bonds with DTP is an example. They'll be using our conduit issuer status to do that, which improves their rating to be able to issue the bonds. And also our bonds are sold on a secondary market, and the rating is pretty important there also. So our goal to keep those ratings as high as possible is pretty important.
Okay, thanks. One other question. What's the capacity of bus operations under the proposal before additional operators will be needed? So does 60% of ridership equal 60% of service, working 60% of service, handle 70% of ridership pre-COVID?
We are currently providing approximately 60% of our pre-COVID service hours, and that's focused more on bus. It's higher than that on rail. And our current ridership is approximately 40% of pre-COVID ridership levels across the system.
Right. So if ridership were to climb to 70%, can it still be handled by 60% of the hours?
It would probably really depend on how that ridership was spread. Again, right now we do not have peaks, and so I would anticipate that the January service changes will be less peak oriented than previously. And so again, I think how the ridership response is spread out temporally would really determine how we can or cannot respond in the near term.
Okay, thanks. And the reason I'm asking is because I know folks in my small circle, the people that I talk to now, who are going back, who have been called back to the office. I heard on the radio today that Chase Bank is calling its employees back, a good number, not all of them, its employees back, starting Monday. I don't know if that affects Denver or just New York or different markets, but it seems that businesses are opening up, office workers are heading back to the office. More people are driving, but the number of spots, at least downtown, has shrunk because of all the office construction activities, and that is eating up a lot of those public parking spaces. So I guess my concern is that there might be a big influx. I don't know what big means, but there might be an influx of riders or demand, and we might not have the available staff to meet that demand with the cuts that we want. So anyway, that's it. I'll just run through my preferences and you can skip on the second round.
All right.
So with the final plan, I'm okay with how it looks now, what staff is presented. I'd much rather see a 2-year plan than a 6-year plan. Well, I'm sorry, a 2-year plan than 1-year plan. Rather see a 6-year plan. But if there aren't staff resources available to develop a 6-year plan, I think it serves the agency and us, board, well to see a 2-year plan, mostly because it leads into 2021 will lead into what it'll set up what is supposed to occur in 2022. Just like anybody who drives, you don't look right in front of you, you look way down the road to anticipate. That person might run that red light, might run that stop sign, that deer that might jump out from the bushes 100, 200, 500. So I think it behooves us to look out as far as we reasonably can, and I think in this instance, I think 1 year extra, 2022, is definitely reasonable if there is staff resources. That's and for how to fund that, if we were to go for it out 6 years, 24 to 26 shortfall, I'm fine with using reserves. Although I know it hurts our bond rating. I think hurting our customers would be a bigger hit to the reputation of the financing. We've made strides to regain the trust of our customers, and I'd hate to see that disappear because we can't meet the demand out there. So whatever resources we have, financial resources, whatever pot of money, whatever pot of funds we have, I think that should be available to whatever demand is for the services. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Is that it, Director Walker? Done. Thank you. Director Wetmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point to Director Minton's plan. I didn't get a chance to follow up with her today due to the regular schedules out there. Perhaps on her second bite at the apple, she could talk a little bit more about the comparables she was mentioning, because I do think transit needs to be in that group, and perhaps the New York reference was the transit agency, but I wasn't clear about that. But I would certainly want to see transit, not just departments of transportation and other agencies, just because of the uniqueness of the service that we provide. And I do echo Director Tisdale's thoughts on that plan. I think there may be as a blend from the furlough plan that Bruce had unveiled today to us, and perhaps Director Minton's ideas. I guess, Madam Chair, I'm unclear. Do you want our preferences now or on a second bite? I don't care, and I definitely will be brief, but I'm a little confused on.
Well, I'm actually thinking this is your time to be able to just ask questions. And is there anything on your mind from the presentation and hearing from other board members that you need more information on? And then we'll go back around and actually have specifics for people and then do a straw poll.
All right, I appreciate that. I don't think that I'll have any more questions at this point. The breadth of questions and ideas have been remarkable by my colleagues, and I truly appreciate that. And thank you to Bruce and Heather for their presentation. That's all for me for now.
Thank you, sir. Director Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the advantages to going toward the end of the alphabet is that you get to make lots of notes, and so I have a lot of comments that may require some feedback from some of the other board members. The first one I had is when Director Lewis was asking about the SS disparate impact analysis. I was under the impression that she was asking about that disparate impact on our employees and not just on our riders, because the bulk of those are through the union, and I don't know how much effect we have on those. I believe that the union has its rights to lay off those that they want to lay off as they want to lay them off. So I was just wondering about that, and I think we can talk about that offline. I also wanted to point out that Director Tisdale mentioned that we received some commentary from Lance Longenbaum, who's representing the union, but I also want to point out that he's not an RTD employee, and he's not personally affected by any of this. He works for the union, and so how we deal with this makes no difference to what he eats for breakfast. It might make a difference to people that he represents, but not to him personally. I also want to point out something called shadow effect, which says that it's possible that ridership will never come back to where it was in the past. That has been true in other industries when they have had serious cuts of this type. And so I think that what happens is that people adjust. We as humans are infinitely able to make adjustments. And so I think that anybody who's looking for us to go back to where we used to be before is not looking at the reality of today. And I'd like to see us look at the reality of today. I spent a lot of time looking at Director Menton's proposal, and I am 400% behind it. I think that our senior management makes an outrageous amount of money, which is not to say that they're not great people and that they haven't done great work. But in a relative sense to others in this region and in this industry, they make a lot of money. I work in the nonprofit industry. I have for years.
Are you kidding me?
And I once found myself in a position where we had not managed our agency well, and we were called in, all 150 or 180 people, whatever there were in the agency at that time, and told that 1 out of every 5 people were going to be laid off. And
that's
a bunch
when
of us stood up and said, we'll take a 20% cut in pay so that everybody around us can have a job. And I haven't heard anybody at RTD doing that yet.
That's right.
But I would really like to.
That's right.
Because I'd rather see everybody take home a little less money, and even if it's a 20%.
Who is she? I love her.
Than have a bunch of people be unemployed. If we furlough people, the work still remains. Then we are penalizing our riders and our taxpayers because we've just laid people off for a day or two and let them come back, and the work hasn't changed any. So I'm opposed to furloughs and would rather see a cut in pay. What other notes? I guess we're going to come back to a vote on, or a straw poll on things. I'm about a 2-year midterm plan. I think that 9 months ago, we could not have projected where we are today. Nobody had any idea. It's like a science fiction novel. And for us to look at anything further than a 2-year plan is, I think, bad fiscal management. I think that I'm in favor of postponing it as long as we can to get as much information back as we can. And then I have one more piece of bad news. Right now, our employees, a certain percentage of them that are part of the DC plan, get 9% of their salary contributed to their pension every year, and they themselves make no contribution. RTD makes that contribution. And there's been some talk tonight about reducing that to 7% instead of 9%. I'd like to see it stay at 9% and have the employees match it.
Yep.
So that whatever they put in is whatever RTD will put in. That's a savings on our part and a commitment on their part. So rather than have people who are accustomed to having 9% of their salary deposited in a savings account for them every year, I'd like to see them still have that, but have them contribute. And I think that's all of my stuff for now. Thank you for letting me have the floor for a few minutes.
Thank you, Director Williams. This is such an important topic that we're dealing with, and we've been talking for quite a long time. But what I would really like to do now,
2 hours and 30 minutes to be exact,
on all of these questions, is to have everybody go back around, and if there's anything else they want to bring forward or discuss or ask question on, let's do it. We've gotten a lot of information. You've heard from your colleagues. I'm thinking that a lot of stuff has been answered, but I do want to go back around to make sure that you feel comfortable with this before we do the straw poll. I'm going to start with Director Burrow. Do you have any additional comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You probably recall back in March when we started on this journey, I said we've got our feet firmly planted in quicksand. And yes.
That's because of the mayor.
We knew, we don't know. And so we still in that position today. It's like we got some recent information today about sales tax revenues, and the sales tax number looks real good. But I'd like to remind the board that what we did is we told them when they adjusted the 2020 budget that they used the lead's worst case projection. So naturally, instead of using the midpoint projection that we've always done in the past, so that gave us kind of a false feeling of good, that the sales tax is really coming back, but I don't know that that's really the case. And I think we discussed some of the things that are going on now, like the $600 a week unemployment supplement from the federal government going away, the $1,200 cash payments to everybody going away. That's held up sales tax pretty well. So we're not going to know for the next couple of months how that's going to play out. And for that reason, I think, going with a 2-year plan rather than a 6-year plan, because of all these uncertainties, probably makes sense. Because we'll just look foolish when people pull out that 6-year plan 5 years from now, and a lot of our assumptions are going to be way off. So why, suffer through that indignity? The other thing is, as far as layoffs and the size of our workforce is concerned, if we're operating for the foreseeable future at a 60% level, why do we need 100% of our employees? That doesn't make sense. So, I think under the current circumstances, layoffs are almost a foregone conclusion. And then the other thing I would add before I stop is that be careful what you do with salaries, because there was an article in the paper today that said that the amount of jobs available out there today is as good as it was in December. So there's still a huge demand for people with skills. And we're talking about people with skills right now. And the old saying goes that, the eagles will soar and the turkeys will roost. So if you start messing with the salaries of our top people, and you're asking them to look elsewhere, and we're going to lose our best talent in doing it that way. So I don't like the idea of cutting salaries. Thank you. That's the extent of my comments.
Thank you, Director Broom. Secretary Busick.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And with the exception of his comments on salary reductions, I agree with everything that Director Broom has said. I've already given my input on the questions that Ms. McKillop wanted answered. But I also want to agree with some things that Director Folska said, and I appreciate her saying that each and every one of us on the board are concerned and troubled by the situation and the decisions that we have to make. And each and every one of us takes them seriously, sometimes for some reason.
But not seriously enough to go head to head with Mayor Hancock.
Really care about what's going on, but that's not the case. And I'm glad Director Folska made that clear. I also want to agree with what Director Tisdale said about the midterm financial plan. Why do it? I mean, I was, I guess, under the impression that we had to have one of these, but instead of a 2-year plan, let's just put this on hold for now. So I agree with that, but I've already given my input on that. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. First Vice Chair Kaplan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am inclined to agree with the maybe suspending the midterm financial plan until we're required to produce it for the TIP. But and I would rather focus on a quality budget for 2021 at this point. And I neglected to thank.
That means we have to keep them focused.
Task force members and Ms. McKillop on the work that's been done to date and all the thought that's put into it. And I think that I think there's still more work to be done. But I did want to comment that I very much appreciate that the staff did move off of strictly a furlough recommendation and move towards some sort of a compromise. I did not like the idea of furloughs because of its impact to our productivity and our services. I am inclined to agree with Director Tisdale that perhaps the Director Minton's effort is a little bit on the heavy side, and staff's revised recommendation at this point might be a little light. So I guess I would encourage something in the middle. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, First Vice Chair. Second Vice Chair Cook.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, so it seems like we're going through and pretty much providing our feedback, and I'll do that. First of all, I want to add my thanks. Such a difficult time for everybody. The task force undertook, the most thankless job of all, I would like to say, and I think have really tried hard to hew to principles. For example, going with the tiers for the furloughs, I think reflected an early interest and concern of the board, and it's certainly carried through in the principles and talking about our priorities in that sense for how we impact people. In another vein, I did want to respond to some of the information that Director Broom provided. We did hew to the more conservative estimate from the May leads projection, and that was for a purpose. We didn't know what would happen. It's such a volatile time. We were seeing big changes just between the May and the June forecasts. We thought, let's hold on here. And the other part of that was, if we were conservative, we could perhaps bring more into the 2021 timeframe to buffer the changes that we'd have to make there. Well, now we do have more information. And I urge that we really take advantage of that. In fact, went back to that June study session where leads came in, and Brian Lewandowski said at that point that I'm quoting him here, we think that the next 2 months of receipts are going to be the most important and the most revealing, both for RTD, but more importantly for us in our modeling, because it's going to tell us how consumers and spending are coming back within the Denver metro region. So that's a big argument for basing the midterm financial plan and the budget on the same numbers and on the best numbers, which we'll get in a week or two. Last year, the year before, and in 2017, we approved the midterm financial plan in October. So if we're moving it into that time frame or even November, it's not that much later. Hopefully that will ease the work on the staff. I agree with Director Walker that it's better to have at least something of an extended view into the time horizon. You want a little bit more than just the current year. A 2-year is both short enough that it can take into account the volatility or uncertainty about the out years, but at the same time give us a little bit more of a planning horizon. So I like the 2-year. I don't like the idea so much of just foregoing the midterm financial plan at all. And in fact, that Fitch report noted that we were going to a 2-year plan. So I like keeping with what they have already noted and seemed fine with. On the furloughs, I kind of agreed with Vince in his first remarks that we want, I think it should be a little bit more, honestly, but I don't want to just pick a number out of the air. Where Natalie came from, I agree with Troy that Director Whitmore, that we, if we had some data there, if we had experience from what other transit agencies are doing, as well as DOTs and stuff, but we don't. The one thought is if we took the 7.5% and added in the raise that was given earlier this year, maybe it will be a little bit less arbitrary to talk about something in the 10% range, and more in keeping with what the staff and sort of the considered way have offered, but pushing that up a little bit. So I would say that might be a thought. And then I agreed with the idea of pushing, if possible, for a bit more parity between the layoff percentages, represented versus non-represented. And then my last request would be, I know we say we've sat down with the union, but I urge that we do that now, if we're building a little bit of time here, especially before we move forward on any layoffs. And let's push for a genuine session of trying out different ideas. We keep getting appeals from the operators, and we don't hear anything necessarily back in terms of, well, let's set a meeting. Let's set a meeting and see what can come out of that, and not just have another of a series of sit downs that don't seem to result in anything. Let's take advantage of what seems to be true interest among the membership and among the board, and I'm sure the staff, to see if there aren't some creative ways that we can make the impact on everybody a little bit lessened. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Folston, do you have anything additionally?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciated what Director Brim had to say regarding the sales and use tax revenue. I thought that was a keen observation, and that those are based on the unemployment of $600 a week and the cash payment of $1,200. Now we're not going to have that, and probably not for the foreseeable future. So,
There's that.
I would say, why don't we wait and see what the sales and use tax looks like through the end of this year and even into the first quarter of next year, and thinking that it's probably not going to be that great. With regard to the furloughs, and I do agree with Director Tisdale. Maybe staff is a little light on their recommendations, and maybe Director Minton's proposal is a little bit heavy. A lot of these things, even what Bruce Abel said, was anecdotal. He looked at newspapers to come up with the 7.5% and come into the middle between 5 and 10 and land there. But I think that Director Minton has put a lot of thought into this, and not just now. This is something that Director Minton has been talking about, I think, for the duration of her time on the board, to be honest with you. So this is not something she just pulled out of a hat this week or last week. And I'm not saying the staff pulled anything out of the hat, so please don't misinterpret that.
Mayor Hancock and the DPD pulled it out of their hat.
I do agree with the point that furloughs doesn't help anybody, really. in terms of our salaried staff. So I would be against any furloughs. I did appreciate very much what Director
Furloughs
Williams
preserve
said about
jobs.
everybody just stepping up and saying we don't want anyone to lose their job and we'll take a cut. Now maybe that's too extreme too. So I'm hoping that we could find something a little bit in the middle. And my thought, I don't remember what all the numbers are, but let's say that we just move like the top tier, for example, from 18 down to 15 and forget the furloughs. And I think that speaks loud and clear to our consumers, our stakeholders, and to Wall Street that our staff is serious about getting things right. And I think Heather McKillop was very clear. Our bond rating matters, and what Wall Street thinks about us matters, and it's a serious thing. So I think that it's time to take big, bold action. I think we should take it tonight. So I would be willing to go on 15, and I forget what the other numbers are, but I could be flexible on that. I also very much appreciate Director Tisdale's comments about really, really providing the necessary support to help folks who transition from RTD to another position. And but I don't want to operate from a position of fear either. I think the people who are at RTD, who want to remain at RTD will, and those who don't. And I care very much for our staff, and I think they have great talent and great knowledge, but people move on all the time, and we've seen that. So, and when
that's
Bill
not what
Washington left,
we're supposed to want them to do in the government.
our A team, not that we're not having the A team now, but the top people who are doing everything all went with him. And so I think we survived.
That's weak.
Right?
That's a weak
And we will
assumption.
continue to survive.
That is a weak and
But,
shitty assumption.
Getting our financial house in order is essential, and I think it requires a bold action on the part of the board and courage from our staff, and we'll get through it. And it's not a permanent thing; it's a sunset. So it isn't like this is how it's going to be forever. But it also shows that we're all working in solidarity, and we're all working all together. And for me right now,
quit asking us to take one for the DPD team while they fuck us all. How about that?
Director Folscott. Treasurer Geisinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next week we get the next round of leads forecasts, and they certainly will be looking at the fact that the $600 has gone away and the $1,200 was a one-shot thing, and they will be considering all that in their forecasts. And so to me, the important thing is let's get the best numbers we can get. And I think getting their updated numbers and looking at those is a real important piece. I like the idea of moving forward. I know that Ms. McKillop and her team are working hard, and she said today that their focus is on the budget. But I do think that budget will be the first year of a 2-year plan, and I think that the 2-year plan is important because it does give us a second view there.
If you're still here hanging in, and I see we got quite a few, raise your hand and say hi. I just want to know who you are because I love you.
For the MTFP and a budget, both to be potentially presented at the same time and passed whenever that's ready, November or when that's ready, but using the same number, so we don't have the midterm financial plan based on some numbers that don't match the 2021 budget. I agree. I'd like to see the salary cut and furlough numbers for the top end a little bit higher. At the same time, I hear where Director Broom is coming from, and would be okay with a 10% cut, including 6 furlough days or something along those lines. I guess I just appreciate what so many other people have said, that this is just a really hard time, and I think we're not trying to reflect bad feelings towards anyone, staff. There's discussion of should we be working in parity. It's just a matter of how do we try to be fair with a very lean budget. And all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Lewis.
Shontel, wake up. Come on, everybody.
Oh, I think you're muted. Nope. Yeah, you were still muted, Director Lewis.
We ain't leaving till we hear her.
Sorry, I was having a hard time unmuting. I don't know what was happening. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I did have two more questions that I didn't get a chance to ask, that I didn't get a chance to ask on my list, and I'm sorry about that. The first one is for Heather, probably. Is RTD self-insured for unemployment?
Hell yeah. Good question.
Yes, that is correct.
Self-insurance sucks, by the way, y'all. It sucks ass. It's a bad plan. Don't ever take a job that self-insures.
Did you hear me? This is Heather.
Shontel, did you hear Heather?
Director Lewis, Heather said yes. The answer to your question is yes, we are.
Dr. Lewis, can you hear me?
Are you still on the line?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'll hopefully,
Lewis, can you hear me?
Heather will get on the line and she can answer that question at some point. If not, at some point.
Can you hear me?
Otherwise, I'll go to my thoughts around my thoughts around what some things that we might be able to do for during this conversation. So one of the things that was glaring to me is that even with the recommendations that have come from staff, that it feels to me, and it presents as, and I appreciate the work that staff has done, that it's really piecemeal together. And in a short period of time, we're still going to have to deal with budget deficit. I think to the tune of $210 million, I believe that was the number at the end of the presentation. And so in that understanding, I actually appreciated what Director Bluebelt said in bringing someone in who might be able to help us put together a more comprehensive plan that addresses not only the short term, but also the long term, because this doesn't appear to do that. And I reckon that we might be having these conversations in the future if we're just kind of plugging our boat, which is what this feels like to me.
With a hole that was created by DPD.
I think we should potentially explore. The first one is, as we're talking about our operators, particularly folks who have worked 6-day mandates, right, for a really long time, and the bulk of the layoffs coming from that demographic of folks. If we could, for the sake of both public safety and trust, instead
Thank
of
you. You have a
folks
great night
off,
too. Thank you very much for being here
maybe
still.
provide additional cleaning and sanitation to really show the public.
Those Fight the Power
public
School
transit is
webinars
safe
are
to
terrific,
ride.
by the way.
And so investing
But I
dollars
promise
in
you,
that
this
way.
is where you need to be this week.
I didn't
Raising your
see
voice
on
as
this
well as
list,
hell.
a suggestion or a recommendation for early retirements, and I'd be interested in that. I think I've seen the data about the folks who are employed within our agency, and I wonder if some of them would like to retire early. I don't know, but I think it's worth exploring. For the defined contribution plan, I would actually like to see a permanent 5% reduction. So we had this conversation last year. Many directors might recall it, and staff said they could not put permanent decreases on that because it would take a process. And I think this is a really good time for us in the spirit of a comprehensive plan that addresses multiple concerns and issues within our agency. To reduce that comp permanently and have staff contribute those dollars to match those dollars as Director Williams pointed out. I think it's important to do that, and I think we should be going in that direction. I also would like to know more about the permanent changes to healthcare and the changes to the healthcare that would be offered to employees. I know Heather mentioned that this was a cost, and so I would like to see some permanent changes in that realm. Again, really putting forward a more comprehensive plan as we're looking at a future of uncertainty. I support Director Minton's reduction in salary. I think that, you know, our operators have taken a really significant burden in the 6-day mandates. And this is a great opportunity for, you know, all of us in the agency to carry some of the burden. I think a reduction in salary could achieve that. Bruce mentioned that on the rail side that there was that we were seeing a reduction in ridership between 70 to 80% and 45 to 55% on the bus side. And I know rail is significantly more expensive in terms of costs to run. And so what are some cost saving measures that we might be able to find on the rail side specifically, because it is more expensive to run? That's none. Also, have we looked at any of our contracts and looked at opportunities where we might amend them? So we've talked about, you know, a 40% that we were running less service, that we were seeing declines in ridership, but we still have the same contracts in place. And so particularly, I think about our allied security contract. If we are seeing 70 to 80% increases in ridership on the rail side, and then 45 to 55 on the bus side, there might be an opportunity for us to explore our contracts to determine if what we are paying for right now makes the most sense and matches the services that we are providing. I would guess our staff would probably be interested in that as well, considering we keep our contracts in place and lay off and furlough employees, and also ask for staff reductions. And so I think there's some opportunity to explore in that way. And then finally, my final recommendation is that we upgrade our Zoom account so that we can have more people who can participate on this call via Zoom and or live stream this directly, because I've gotten a number of constituents who have said they still can't participate in our call because we reached the max. So I know that wasn't a part of this, but I thought we should at least explore that conversation. And then finally, for the midterm financial plan in the budget, I would say that if we really want to put something comprehensive together, that we take our time in doing so and not rush to any conclusions, any decisions. And one opportunity I think we miss all the time at RTD is we don't ask the folks who are going to be impacted by these decisions. Like, we might have conversations with operators, to Director Cook's point, where they might be interested in a 4-day work week, but we are often having these discussions in the boardroom and not necessarily going into our divisions and saying, you know, hey, what can we do? What are some ideas or some proposals that you have? And so I would encourage us to take that as the next step as well, and to reach out to our operators, to reach out to our service and planning, to reach out to our represented and non-represented staff and ask what are some proposals or ideas that they might have, because we might be surprised that they could help us solve this in a way that really centers their experiences and their humanity. That is all.
Thank you. Director Lewis, can you hear me? I don't think she can. Okay, thank you.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to Director Lewis. I don't think she can hear me. Okay, Director Lubau, you're up.
Thank you. Boy, it feels like a very long evening.
It is.
There's been a lot said, really terrific conversations. I'm hoping that when we're done, not only will we have this straw poll, but that Heather and or Bruce will give us a summary of what they've heard.
You can just come to my live stream. There's that.
Forward. Okay. Thank you.
Everybody, if you're watching, please go to Shontel Lewis at RTD and tell her what a goddess she is.
To save as many jobs as possible. Of course, the first requirement is the sustainability of the agency, but right close to that is saving the jobs. And So therefore, I support Director Minton's proposal or things like it, which are basically would be a heavier lift salary wise than what the staff came forward with the task force. And frankly, I would be very disappointed when we come back next week, we see something close to what the task force originally recommended, because I don't think it's enough. I'd like to take that extra money and help us save some jobs. And oh yes, creative meeting with the union that Shelley Cook suggested. I think that would be terrific. We have gotten letters from union and operators themselves.
Too late, y'all. Chantel's already done. She was magical. She came in here and was like, first of all, these people that work for us are really good at troubleshooting and problem solving because we haven't been giving them enough money in the budget to do their jobs. So we should reach out to them before we make any decisions. We also need to reach out to the most impacted areas. You guys don't even take the RTD.
I'm going to go to couple oddball ones and just reference go back to the discussion about the CBA, collective bargaining agreement, or CBA, and as to what happens with the layoffs. Says I suspect most people do not have a copy of the collective bargaining agreement in front of them, but I happen to have that, and it does state. And I'm just bringing this up because it was mentioned a couple times in our discussion. Under section 12, which is page 19 of this 141-page
document. It's so big. Chris Hines ain't on this committee. We read, bitch.
Seniority shall govern layoffs. And occupational group seniority shall govern reemployment of employees. And then there is a process laid out in there. So the board doesn't really get to have as much to say in some of these things. I think we may have the collective bargaining agreement available at the site, maybe only on our back end. But I thought I would just mention that as we get further into this discussion. And then the next is that there was a question directed to me about what examples are there out there. It should be noted that because of CARES Act money, a lot of that money is running out, being run through the agencies that got it, and they are right now turning to the same position that RTD is. But there are many sectors of our economy that didn't get that CARES Act money, and for those are the people that we depend on. Whether it's going to downtown, a major transportation employment hub, or otherwise their income. So we know that City and County of Denver just came out with an announcement what they're going to need to be looking at. They don't have the specifics laid out. And when I look at the examples, I've got a long, substantial list of private and public sector. But to nail it down to transit, they're limited examples. So I'll throw out just a couple examples here. This is by private sector, but somewhat tied to the transportation industry, and that is Coach USA, which per the quote, and I've got this in the document that I believe you'll all see when it's submitted, one of the country's largest bus companies has laid off almost 3,000 of its 5,000 employees across 35 states, and those remaining have taken a 40% pay cut. There's a list of some other major companies.
You cannot compare intra-city transit with intrastate transit.
Example, a great site to go to look at the private sector, where it was noted in my comments here, between 28 to 33% cuts were found both in the IT sector, the financial sector, the real estate sector. Those are people that now have that much less money to spend and generate sales tax. And these things are starting to come to a head. Heathrow, I know it's very close to us, but that's transit.
No!
20% pay cuts.
Oh, fuck you.
So the list is very lengthy. A variety of different sectors, agreed. But as you look through the news articles, right now is when there are a lot of other folks having this discussion that we're having. As things start to continue to crumble, I guess. And then going to the percentages, just so we have the records all right, because there were a few board directors that went over this topic. But because I have the very freshest, excuse me, payroll list, I can say, excuse me, that with our employee counts are this. Right now with our non-represented, as of the most current list, within days, we've got 2,087 full-time and part-time employees. If we are saying that there are 429 occupied positions right now that would be eliminated, that is 20.55%. And if we're looking at the non-represented, as of, again, precious payroll list that's out there, we have 912 full-time and part-time. And if we've got 108 positions to be eliminated, that figure is actually 11.84%. And I thought it was helpful because there were more than a few board directors that talked about the difference between the union and non-union. I will note, because I just want to, as part of the record, that the union, certain individuals, have seemed to state that this is a surprise coming, that there were the layoffs. But for those who have followed these meetings for a long time, the option of furlough for union was presented, and the response was, sorry, that's not a word that you will find in our collective bargaining agreement. And so for this difference, that's part of the problem. And I just think because there's so many listening on the phone, it should be mentioned that there were attempts to work through this. And then I'll just go back. I know we're doing straw polls. So obviously I'm in favor of, for non-represented, to eliminate the furlough day options and to go with the strict compensation reduction so that we're providing as many service hours out of those departments as possible. And as for the midterm, I was really wanting to support the planning effort. I still want to, because when the house is burning down,
it's because y'all set it on fire and ran off.
But I still don't push it aside completely. So I guess, if we want to go with a 2-year, that's fine. I just looking at
this woman has no idea what she's talking about. Natalie, you're a dummy.
Right now, and like the fire hose is not even long enough to get to the house. I don't know what better way to describe it. So there, I think I gave all my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Menton. Director Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
I can't.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I certainly don't revel in the idea of the layoffs or the salary reductions. I think salary reductions need to be more than just symbolic. They need to represent the real situation that we're in. I know you're getting the emails, and I say you to the other directors, you're all getting the emails from your constituents and even the employers asking about when is service going to be restored.
No, the real question is, when are we going to have real people on the motherfucking board? Because y'all are too stupid to function. This would not fly. You don't get to talk corporate world out one side of your mouth without a proper comparison to what a public service paid for by tax dollars is supposed to look like. It ain't the same. You are talking out both sides of your mouth, using words you don't understand, making comparables that I would slap a first-year analyst and not worry about a lawsuit if they said anything near as stupid as Natalie just did. That was you're fired, Natalie. You're an idiot. Who the fuck is Director Natalie? Someone tell me who she is so we can tell her how stupid she is. And I don't like hating on other women, but Natalie, you need some help.
What the fall and winter looks like, and I would say we probably.
You know what I'm doing right now, y'all? I'm killing a Blastoise. That's how mad I am. I'm like, I need to kill something. Pokemon. Motherfucking Pokemon. I'm going to take down a Blastoise. Then I'm going to come for y'all. Your jobs.
The midterm, or the midterm financial plan versus 2 versus 6, or none at all. I'm a none at all, or 2 years. I'm not concerned really that much either way. I know that Heather and her finance group are working tirelessly to come up with all these different
solutions that y'all don't understand.
Information that they can, and I guess that's it.
Thank you, sir. Director Tisdale.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, regarding the midterm financial plan, as I said, I believe that perhaps we should explore simply not doing a midterm financial plan this year and create it next year when we have better information. As I understand it, I believe that Ms. McKillop has told us that we can do that and that it would not, in fact, impair her ability to create the 2021 budget or create any difficulty with outside agencies.
And it wouldn't hurt your bond rating.
Information. Secondly, I do favor the blended furloughs and salary reductions that staff has come up with, but I do suggest that we at least consider increasing at least some portion of that salary reduction as proposed, and that we count on the goodwill of our incredible, amazingly dedicated and devoted salaried staff, instilling in them the confidence that when circumstances
that they'll be doing the work of 5 for the price of 1.
We will make it right with them.
Bullshit! Ain't nobody gonna believe that, especially if they come to these meetings.
Equity in the RIFs, the reductions in force between salaried and represented, recognizing, of course, to respond to the comment that several directors have made, that there actually is a difference between the two. It is difficult to justify keeping 100% of our operators when we are providing 60% of the service, whereas we still have much of the same administrative work no matter what. So there is some basis for some disparity, but we need to explore that idea a little further. And then lastly, the idea of going to the divisions and asking the operators directly what they want, going around the union, might possibly be construed by some as an unfair labor practice. We have a collective bargaining agreement that makes the union the voice of the operators, and that is the voice to which we must listen. And a meeting with the union is absolutely fine, but meeting with the operators directly, I submit, is a potential problem under our collective bargaining agreement. I offer a disclaimer. My comments.
I wear a pocket square, and I'm solar powered.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Where's a motherfucking pocket square?
Director Walker.
People who don't take public transportation.
Okay, I'm waiting. You're on mute. Okay, you're off.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I have one quick question for, I guess, Mr. Abel or Mr. Worthen. How long does it take to onboard a former applicant? Is it the same process as hiring somebody who comes in who hasn't worked for us?
I'm sorry, Director Walker, you were asking how long does it take to onboard an operator?
A former operator.
A former operator? Well, if we recall somebody through a layoff process, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay, so it takes time to both send out notifications, and there's contractual language that I would have to look up. But I believe once we actually send an employee notice, they have up to 30 days to return to work. I have to check the contract language to be certain on that. And then, of course, we have a retraining period too. We're still working on what our retraining program would physically look like for a recall, but it would be at least a few weeks worth of training once they've actually returned to work. And of course, you also have to add in other things, like after they report, they have to go through a drug and alcohol test and other things like that. So it could be 2 months, depending upon how quickly an operator physically responds to a return to work notification.
So it's comparable as hiring a new operator has not worked.
It's a little bit shorter than hiring a new person because we don't have to go through the full training period.
Right.
But it's still, depending upon how quickly the operator returns, it could be still a good amount of time.
Yeah. Thank you. So one of the things about, one of my concerns is with letting so many operators go is that if, the job numbers have been all over the place across billion months or years, if, as a nation, but if there were to be a surge, I'd be afraid that we would be in a situation where we could not provide the service, reasonable service, that is requested, demanded of our customers or potential customers. I remember when I got on the board 9 years ago, our RTD was touted as great economic, and the number of jobs that we provided. Granted, a lot of good jobs were in construction, Eagle Project, but there were still jobs that this agency was providing. All those folks were getting paid and putting money right back into the local economy. And I hate to lose to lose that momentum and to behind the 8 ball if that employment surge does come back. Intention for virus said knowing that some of the people that I work with look forward and bring people back if they haven't already, starting in January. So I'm loath to let anybody go. I hate that, but I know it's a possibility. That's what we sign up for when we go to work. One of the things that's bothering me personally is the notion that this board is insulated from sharing. I've expressed that concern before. I did my part and I sleep relatively. I'm sure that staff, maybe board members are inclined. If there's a mechanism that we can show that it's a symbolic information, we can do something to show that we actually are using it. We're all willing to take some kind of information. Regarding the midterm financial plan, everything this agency does, every agency, plan agency does, is based on assumptions. And so everything in this industry is based on assumptions. So we assume that with the revenue stream will be in 2020, 2019, look where that goes, right? I don't see anything wrong with looking outward and identifying what our priorities are, what our project program priorities are. So we know what each one, where one project ends, what that picked up to carry on the effort to provide the service. So I'm fine with, like I said before, if staff has the resources to extend it out to 6 years, because I think it's prudent. But 2 years, if that's all that staff can muster, that's fine. Even the first paragraph of fast tracks, the first paragraph of the executive summary mentions the assumptions on which that plan is built. So I think it's fine to assume if the assumptions don't pan out, we note it, and we move on to what we think we can reasonably predict. Regarding the furloughs, I don't think that furloughs equal a day off. I know several staff throughout my career that have furloughed and they still work, they still answer their phone call when they're on a boat somewhere, in a cabin. So, I don't think productivity will be lost to the extent that some others. Anyway, so I think that's all. I don't have any more questions. Thank you all. Thanks to staff for putting this together and reaching out and reconfirming and adjustment. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Walker. Director Whitmore, anything additionally?
Just a couple of things. Thank you to Director Minton for that information addition. I, like a couple of the other colleagues, would like to see more discussion of the maybe the hybrid plan. I think, as Director Tisdale said, between maybe a little more substantial salary trimming with or without the furlough days, probably with the furlough days, but I think we can do a little more on the top end to ease the pain and hopefully find some trimming there that can be used elsewhere in a more appropriate manner. Fine with the 2-year financial plan or the shorter one, but probably the 2-year, just so we have a little bit of a look ahead. Pushing out the budget and the 2-year financial plan as long as we can, so we have good data, up-to-date data. As Director Mahalik said a while back, we kind of had some helicopter funds that were dropped. What are those going to do as we look at this month and August compared to June and July, where numbers apparently were up? I think it's important that we know that, much to Director Cook and Geisinger's points. I guess I think that's all. I just want to reiterate, like others, how painful this is and gut-wrenching. And in my 21 months on the board, I've had wonderful interactions from RTD staff members at all levels, whether it was at Union Station or on a bus or at the lake or elsewhere. And it flat stinks to have to deal with things like this, but we will do it, and let's stick together and see where we can dig our way out and hope for a better, I'm going to say 22 and 23, because I fear 21 is going to be tough, but we'll get through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple more points. I want to point out that RTD is not going out of business. And there are many, many agencies and companies and restaurants that are going out of business all around us. It's not just RTD. The city and county of Denver today announced $190 million shortfall after they did all their cuts. They're still short that. DPS is Denver Public Schools is having a terrible time. They are losing money right and left. So RTD is fortunate in some ways to still be in service at all. So this is what we live in. This is why this board got elected, is to do this unpleasant and uncomfortable work that none of us want to be doing. But I want us to continue to look at it. I said before, and I'll say again, when we go around, that I'm okay with moving the midterm financial plan back as far as we can move it to match up with the budget so that we can look at some more real data. We also heard tonight some talk about a 4-day work week, which is the equivalent of a 20% cut in pay, but keeps more people working and allows us to provide more service. And I think we need to look harder at that across the line for everybody. And that's all, Madam Chair. I could have a whole lot more, but I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you. It is 9:06. And this has been such an important discussion, and I have just been taking copious. What I want to say to all of you is how honored and grateful I am to sit on this board with all of you, because You are just so committed to our community and to our region and to our employees. So I
And
would
to
like
supporting
just say
the police
the first
and
thing I'd like to
impoverishing
say to
poor
everyone
people.
is that
I
we
would
are
like to say,
clearly
fuck
in
you.
uncharted territory in a fluid environment, and it's literally going to take every single one of us who's within the sound of my voice to move us forward. I also have to say that we are essential to the economy of this region. We are the connector to community, and we are a really innovative agency. But with that in mind, what we want to do right now is really thank our staff, because if you go back, all of this discussion really has been going on since July. We're only in September, so it's been a very short period of time. We told Mr. Ballard that we had an issue with this budget. We asked him to listen very innovatively. He put together a committee.
Actually, I think they do.
Deep dive into literally every division.
Because at some point, someone
and
quoted the
to meet with
$299 figure you put out from
senior
Twitter.
leadership and one of our managers under Bruce Abel and his team.
So that was you, Vinny
Our
Champ.
board office has
Thank you.
literally worked thousands of hours. Ms. McManus, Mr. McKay, Nikki, Tyshrey, and they have really worked hard along with the entire RTD team. I can tell you, they have worked literally thousands of hours. Like, there is no, I'm not exaggerating that number either. They've been working 7 days a week, at least 12 hours.
Vinny, if you could have heard the shit they said, I wish this happened earlier in the night. There was a financial person here. This woman named Natalie came out of nowhere and was like, I know it's not in this country, but in the UK, they had cats on the tube. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? They were trying to say that, like, Coach, the intra cross-country bus service, has had a 30% reduction in the executive ranks and a 70% reduction in hourly workforce. As somehow that has anything to do with what is the taxpayers' fund as a critical public service. Like, if this had happened at the bank, I would, if an analyst had said that to me, I probably would have slapped them without worrying about what compliance would say about it. It is that egregious. Not that I ever did that, but it happened a lot. It happened to me. I slapped my first year there. I learned when to open my mouth after that.
Drivers trained to be able to go back to full service. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of innovation kinds of things going on behind the scenes. You guys have added a lot of stuff. The 4-day work week is something I didn't think about, but I do think for tonight,
I can't lie, the 4-day work week, not a horrible idea, but I don't love it.
And so what I'd like to do is ask the assistance of Ms. McKellum. So here's what I got, and please bear with me because it's been a long night. There's been a lot of discussion.
Speaking of airplanes, why are we still investing?
But Ms. McKellum, did
you saw the budget in anything having to do with the airport when it seems like this is a time when airlines might not recover?
Madam Chair, I believe we did. Bruce and I have been trying to capture what people said as they've gone along. From what, and I'll have Bruce correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I'm hearing, we have majority support for a midterm financial plan that's 2 years that can coincides with the adoption of the.
And plus, there was a very long time when the pipe smoking motherfucker with the pocket square was talking, and I'm like, who wears motherfucking pocket squares? Not people who ride the RTD.
Have heard,
I'm guessing
a majority of the folks say that they would like us to go back and look at something higher than what staff proposed, especially for the highest tier employees, but perhaps something less than that what Director Menton had proposed at the 18% level. We had a majority of people on that. I did want to mention, so then for the question of how do we balance 24, 25, and 6, really isn't a question anymore if we're just going to do a 2-year plan. I did want to, I don't know if Director Lewis can hear, but I did want to mention that we are self-insured. that we will be bringing the benefit package to the board next month for review, so there'll be an opportunity there. We have looked at early retirement. The problem with that is it increases the liability pension and would increase then the contributions that we need to make from an RTD perspective if people retire early. The secondary issue is you lose people in those positions that you would otherwise want to keep. So that becomes an issue. I did want to point out again that we have a compensation and classification study that the RFP is due back any day now. And we will be hiring experts that will be reviewing our classification as well as our compensation that will be reporting out to the board on that. So I think, did I miss something, Bruce?
No, that is the same summary that I would provide. The only additional comment I would make is not only are we self-insured, but we have taken our self-insurance payouts for unemployment into consideration as we have gone through all of the budget impact calculations. So yes, we are self-insured, and that is part of the line on Heather's chart that makes reference to costs associated. I don't recall the exact title on the chart, but there are reductions of costs associated, and those the kinds of costs that are listed there. We will be paying unemployment insurance. We have built money in for severance. We have built money in for placement services, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we have addressed those issues in our calculations.
And those are listed on package page 18.
Right. So I think that in terms of the task force recommendations, the only issue that we have really heard any commentary on is the issue of the salary adjustments relative to furlough and dollar figures. And I think the takeaway, as Heather said, is higher than staff, but lower than Director Method. So we will continue to work on that, and we will come back at the next session with a more concrete approach.
Thank you, sir. The only other thing I would say for board members is that we are recording this session. We will go back to make sure that we've got a good tell of who wants what, so it's all incorporated in this.
You should come look at my stream too, babe.
You don't need to worry that we're going to miss someone through the gap here, because I think we've got it all pretty put together. Okay, I think we've exhausted this discussion item. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I hear Bob Broom is trying to speak, I believe.
Oh, thank you, Madam. Mr. Broom.
Yeah, I was just going to say you need to define what 4-day work week means. Usually that means 4 10-hour days, and there's no salary savings, that accompany that. And I guess some people may be inferring that people are going to work 4 8-hour days, and they're going to take and only get 4 days pay rather than 5 days pay. So that needs to be made clear if there's going to be any discussion of that in any of the follow-up work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, First Vice Chair.
Well, I apologize, but I was unable to hear you in your comments as you were breaking up. And I believe that you made a comment about perhaps bringing back laid off workers to be trained as not security, but people, conductors on the trains. The buses. I just think that is a really turning lemon into lemonade if we can, and really focus on that. And I mean, this has really been a tough discussion, and whether you're talking about layoffs or reducing pay, it's really tough. But I think to the extent that we can look at some of those creative ways to pivot some of those workers, I just think that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, First Vice Chair. Any other closing comments?
Yes.
Of course. It's Natalie.
All right.
Please, Natalie.
an information item that some board directors I've talked to would like to see brought forward to the board, especially as we move into a discussion about the defined contribution plan. And in the past, matter of fact, last year, I made a motion to drop it to 7% contribution, and I was only able to get a few votes in agreement with dropping it to 7%. But I would like to see if we could pull in our outside advisor to have a discussion about revising the plan to where the non-represented employees would be contributing to the pension. And I have heard different responses to what it would take to do that, if we would have to drop a new plan. And then there is this long-going discussion about equality between the union and the non-represented. And it gets into a circle here where we have to take a step forward one direction or another. And if we're going to be talking about defined contribution plan, I'd like to get that person, his name, I think his first name is Steve.
Oh my God.
And he is in that position as an advisor for a long time, because I have the minutes going back to when it was Marla Lean as our legal counsel. And if I take the step with a non-represented, then that opens up the door to when we're discussing the CBA, which is, starting to already geared up in discussion. I think we need that outside expertise. So I could be wrong, but it seems an ideal time, and I know we've got a couple board directors willing to sign on as an action item if necessary, or we could just say right now that sounds like perhaps something we can look into. Perhaps it's better if we just commit the signers to ensure that happens. But I wanted to bring that up before we get too far into that.
Madam Chair, this is Heather.
Please.
So I just wanted to respond to that. So in usually September, but because of the amount of stuff on the agenda, we moved it to October. We would traditionally bring in the salaried actuarial to discuss the contribution that the board makes and its impact on the pension plan for salaries. And then in the spring, we bring in both the actuarial for the represented as well as the salary pension. Steve Weinstein is the attorney for both the salaried pension plan and the salaried defined contribution plan. I have already discussed with him, I think when this came back up in August, Melanie and I had talked to him. I don't know if he's available at the October 20th meeting, but I can ask him.
She's tried to end it 3 times. They keep winding back up like damn toys.
For the salary pension plan.
My kids have come up 3 times. I'm already on the Diet Mountain Dew. So mad. And they're not saying anything good. Everything being said right now is really fucking stupid.
Madam Chair, this is Bruce. I would like to ask Melanie to chime in as well, because I know the question regarding the defined contribution plan has been posed to me, and I have discussed with her, and she could perhaps elaborate a little bit more on the process and constraints and et cetera.
Thank you, Madam
General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Melanie Snyder. So yes, as Bruce was alluding to, the current plan does have that 7 to 9% range in it. And so to the extent that the board wanted to make any adjustments to that range, it would require a vote of the trustees first, that's the first step. And then since the board does have the ability to override that vote, but that would need to happen first. So it would require an amendment to the plan.
Okay, sure. All right.
Same, and that the same would require for the employee match.
Got it. Thank you. All right, Director Menton, does that answer your question?
No.
What I heard between Heather and Melanie is that we'll reach out to Steve and we'll ask if he can be available. Because I am interested if just getting down to the nitty gritty, if we can amend the plan, or if we have to create a new plan, if we were talking about an employee contribution, and then secondly would be, let's say, reducing a taxpayer contribution of 7 or 9%, what would that take? So there's the difference. Amending a plan, or do we have to create a new plan?
So what I'm hearing is that we first need to talk to Steve, and then it needs to go to a vote of the trustees. So I think we should talk about it maybe offline to see how we want to move forward with it to recommend.
Okay.
It looks like there's several steps we need to take a look at.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right. Any other comments?
Of course it will be.
Hearing none, we do have other matters, and I'd like to ask Pauletta Tabelis to give us an update on the inline. Pauletta?
What?
Yes, thank you,
What?
Madam Chair. Hopefully you can all hear me. I tried to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it's late. Don't need to go through a lot of detail. We did send the board information earlier, just revisiting what we've shared with you before about an exciting milestone in this, in the wake of all of this tough stuff that we're dealing with. What we want to make sure everyone is doing, and all of our regional partners, is remembering the great milestone that we are about to achieve Monday with delivering another major rail investment across the area. And so we obviously have several things planned this Thursday.
I gotta go check on the kid.
For the media, for
Can't
the
believe this
RTD
fucking
Board
man
of
is still going.
Directors and the senior leadership team with a +1 guest. And then our VIP stakeholders from the North Metro Corridor. Those 3 rides happening starting at 124th and East Lake, making a round trip to Union Station and back as a pre-ride and giving us a chance to experience that special moment together. And then next Monday, the 21st, will of course be our grand opening ceremony. Now, COVID has changed the way that we can do a special event like this, so it will be different than other rail line openings, but nonetheless very important, and keeping the spirit of the achievement that we've been working towards for many years. And so we are hopeful that the region at large will join us through a live stream where we can have widespread participation virtually, while we do a small scale and modest event in person with the RTD Board of Directors, our stakeholder elected officials from the corridor of North Metro, and some other key stakeholders on site at 10 o'clock on Monday the 21st. And we will, after the ribbon cutting at noon, we will start the free rides, and for a week allow the public to experience our new rail line. So just want to make sure that everybody takes a look at the information that was sent about the details, and any questions that you have, we're happy to answer those in the next couple of days. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has them, or Mr. Ballard may want to weigh in as well.
Mr. Ballard?
No, I just want to thank Pauletta. She gave a good summary. Hope to see everybody on Thursday, or most everybody on Thursday, and then everybody again on Monday. So this will be the bright spot in all this other stuff we've been talking about. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from board members for Ms. Tabelis? Okay, hearing none. I'm hearing no other business to address this evening for our study session. Oh,
I'm
sorry, Director Folsom.
No, sorry, Madam Chair. Just, Pauletta, thank you and your team. This has been a long haul. Henry, all of your work, Paul, your work is really, I'm excited to see the North Lane finally open. And I remember when we signed up for this contract, I think it was in 2015, and here we are. So congratulations to everybody and to the board. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Director Menton, do you have your hand raised?
Just in a hallelujah, we're almost done.
Yeah. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So,
Okay. That was
anyone
an
else?
accident. No.
Okay, thank you. All right. Hearing no other business to address at this study session this evening, we are adjourned as of 9:26 p.m. Thank you all for joining us for this meeting. Good night and be safe.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
And I missed the end after whack-a-moling everybody back into bed. Sorry, y'all. All right. See you in the morning for more budget fun as budget week continues here in the town of Denver. At least we know our money is not where our mouth is, but it's up to us during budget week to push every single elected official to do right with our hard-earned tax dollars. Good night.